Me sale un poco más chileno. Dime, ¿quién está en la audiencia?
La audiencia son periodistas, editores, directores de medios,
Algunos académicos.
académicos. Habrá, digamos, representantes de las empresas tecnológicas.
Te van a estar escuchando, así que de las tecnológicas.
Bien, oye, Carlos, en Argentina, tuvimos aquí la semana pasada la visita de varios gobernadores y gente de las provincias. Deja decirte rápidamente quién estuvo, que vinieron de la mano de la...
Hello, Walt. Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice seeing you, Carlos. Hi, good morning, everyone. Except for Florian, good afternoon. Hi.
Good afternoon, Wout. Hi.
Good afternoon for you guys. Yes. Thank you, Walt, again for it's a pleasure to have you.
Of course.
You will be in a panel later in the day. I think it's the last panel together with Irene.
Yes, indeed.
And Eric, he may decide to conduct the conversation in English. I'm not sure.
Okay, but otherwise
we have a
interpretation,
so we will be fine. Sorry, Florian, you were saying, I don't know if you want to switch.
No pasa nada. I mean, Wout speaks fluently Spanish.
Oh, yes. ¿Hablas bien español?
Portuguese, not Spanish.
Okay, let me just ask a quick question to Carlos en Argentina.
Sí.
Carlos, tuvimos la visita de Rogelio Frigerio, Dalmacio Mera de Catamarca, Daniel Pacerini, alcalde de Córdoba, Gisela Scaglia, de vicegobernadora de Santa Fe, y César Ángel Torres, del Ministerio del Interior. Creo que es Buenos Aires.
Sí,
y les mencioné todos los temas que siempre hablamos en la CIP y en el GDA sobre modernizar las leyes de propiedad intelectual, etc. Y me dijeron que no sabían nada, que no lo habían escuchado nunca y que ningún editor jamás les había hablado de este tema.
Bueno, Rogelio Frigerio es raro porque fue funcionario del gobierno de Macri. Fue el ministro del Interior del gobierno de Macri, o sea que tiene una presencia importante ahí. Pacerini era vicealcalde de Córdoba, es decir, tenía una función muy local. De todos modos, es una persona que puede tener en el futuro, puede llegar a ser gobernador o algún otro cargo importante. Lo voy a hablar personalmente con él porque tengo mucho contacto. Y la gente de Catamarca, bueno, es una provincia más pequeña, menos vinculada, pero Entre Ríos, Santa Fe y Córdoba son tres provincias muy fuertes y muy importantes que son todos gobernantes nuevos, acaban de asumir, entonces...
Estamos esperando y también encontré con otros gobernadores, vienen por el litio, ¿no? Por el tema. Pero yo siempre aprovecho de hacer trabajo para los colegas argentinos y picanearles un poco, y por eso me sorprendió que decían, nunca ningún editor nos ha hablado de esto. Entonces,
lo hemos hablado a otros niveles y bueno, esta gente nueva que por ahí no pero Rogelio Frigerio me llama la atención.
Dale un palo para que se recuerde. Fine. So this was in Argentinian lobby coordination. We had some visitors from Argentinian regional governments and one national government, and they said they had never heard on the copyright issue concerning publishers, and so.
So there was a lot of explaining to do on that side.
Yeah, no, just mean I said, what can be the reason. So we double checked yet, and we will play it from both sides. We're expecting the visit of the Argentinian president to Berlin and Hamburg on the 23rd and 24th of June. So, Carlos, we will lobby. If we get hold of them, we will lobby. And you have a very good Argentinian ambassador these days in Berlin, Fernando Brun. Y hace es una persona muy trabajadora y muy pragmática, y da gusto trabajar con él, y for the lithium mining value chain, pero aprovechamos tocar los otros temas.
¿Cómo es el nombre?
Fernando Brun. Y trabajaba antes en el Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores, y así, es uno de los embajadores más respetados, porque no es cero ideología, es cómo conectar adecuadamente los intereses argentinos de los visitantes, etcétera, en este tema, sobre todo el tema inversión en litio y elaboración de litio.
Y un tema está muy actual en la Argentina.
Yo te voy a pasar a conectar, porque, en fin, él estuvo ahí en esa conversación. And so, now, what else do we need to be briefed on the coming conversation?
No, we're gonna do I will start 10:30 sharp. We're waiting for the moderator of the first panel to arrive as the president of our executive committee, Gabriela Vivanco, do a brief recap of yesterday's session on freedom of expression, and just start with the panel. I think we'd like to, as we have people joining us from Europe, like Wout and Irene, and we'd like to keep the panels, in 1 hour. So I'll be following up with the moderators in order to finish on time.
Fine. I just sent this morning to a large number of people in BCC.
Yes, I got it.
You got it, yeah? But I have to send it to Carlos Ionet. I forgot to.
I share with him.
Okay, yeah. This is our CEO, Matthias Döpfner, who 10 years ago wrote this open article in another newspaper, why we do fear, or why we should, or why we do fear Google. And now 10 years after, he says, we don't need to fear anymore, but what he says is things have go very, very bad first before they get better. And he recommends to put pressure on regulators, saying since regulators don't care that much about economy and competition, they might care more about power and risk for their power. So they might be waking up now regarding the protection of intellectual property.
I'm just checking my audio. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes, sir.
Very well, thank you. Yes.
And just to say, see, in the program it says I'm public relations person.
No,
on
the
contrary.
We changed that to public
Okay.
affairs.
Well, in the program I saw this I'm public affairs. So
we have changed it. Yeah, thank you.
I never speak to the public. I speak to policymakers.
Yes. Thank you for the
non-public.
How are you, Sarah?
I'm well, thank you.
Great.
Good to be here.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Absolutely.
Gabriela, the moderator, will be joining us soon. Yes, so it's great to have you.
It's very good to be here. Thank you. Is there a particular order of the speaker of us, of the panelists?
Ladies first.
Yes, I will, you know.
I'm
yes.
very happy to go last. Let me be clear about that.
Gabriela will the moderator.
Okay. Good morning. I apologize for being a few minutes.
You're perfectly
right
fine,
before.
Gabriela.
We are undergoing since yesterday, the government has implemented power outages all over the country that last for about 8 hours each in different zones without much notice. So it's been a little hectic, and I am just connecting to the Zoom. The power is set to I'm going to turn on my camera in 1 second. I'm just connecting the link. There is going to be a power outage, I think around 10 in the morning. And so I'm going to be connected from my phone as well. So in case the Wi-Fi gets temporarily disconnected until the, there we go. Until the power generator is connected. There we go. Just muting so that I have both devices connected. There we go. Good morning. Hello, I see Florian. There we go. So with regards to the order, I think we can start with, I agree, we can start with Sarah. And then we can follow with Florian, then we can connect with Mauricio, if that's okay with all of you.
Sure.
Mauricio has just is looking for the link, unfortunately, so he will be joining us soon.
Thank you.
Yes. Por favor, pasarle pronto a Mauricio, que no lo tiene. Okay.
Hay un micrófono ahí prendido.
I can hear you. Yes. Can you hear me? Yes, thank you.
We will start in a minute.
So, and just to recap, we, Sarah, is it okay with you if I give you, if you'll take, you know, however long it takes you to present sort of your point of view in this matter, and then we move on to Florian for him to present, and then Mauricio, and then we go to questions, and hopefully, Carlos, you let me know if there's questions from the audience, maybe.
Yeah, you'll see them in the chat, but I can tell you, yes.
Right. If you if, I would really appreciate if you can sort of help me moderate and maybe so that we don't get distracted with that along the conversation, if that's possible. Hopefully there'll be some very interesting topic, right? New and somewhat controversial, so it's great. Up along our alley. Whenever you're ready.
Carlos, estamos ya permitiendo el ingreso de los participantes.
Fantástico. Bueno, muy bien. Muy buenos días y bienvenidos a todos al segundo día de la reunión virtual de medio año de la Sociedad Interamericana de Prensa. Gracias, empezamos a grabar. Soy Carlos Lauría, director ejecutivo de la Sociedad Interamericana de Prensa, y estoy complacido nuevamente de poder dejar inaugurado el segundo día de la reunión virtual, donde comenzaremos el proceso de actualización de la Declaración de Salta de 2018 sobre principios de libertad de expresión en la era digital, a partir de los cambios tecnológicos de los últimos años. Discutiremos hoy temas que tienen que ver con las alianzas entre empresas de medios y operadores de inteligencia artificial, temas que tienen que ver con las regulaciones, las leyes que se han promulgado en Europa y en Canadá, y también cómo está la situación en los Estados Unidos. Para hacer un breve resumen de lo que estuvimos hablando ayer, simplemente me gustaría comentarle a todos los autoridades de la CIP que están presentes y participantes de esta reunión virtual, que ayer tuvimos con la brillante moderación de Carlos Jornet, presidente de la Comisión de Libertad de Prensa e Información de la Sociedad Interamericana de Prensa, y con la presencia del presidente de la CIP, Roberto Rock, discusiones muy interesantes sobre el estado de la libertad de prensa en el hemisferio durante el último semestre. Habrá mañana unos informes por países, más resoluciones y conclusiones, pero abordamos temas muy importantes que tienen que ver con la situación de periodismo y periodistas en el exilio, que se ha agravado, un problema que ya no es solo recurrente en Cuba, sino que se ha extendido en la región a países obviamente como Nicaragua, Venezuela en los últimos años, pero también Guatemala y Ecuador, que ha vivido un año muy complicado con el auge del crimen organizado. Creo que hicimos un repaso muy interesante de unos problemas y tendencias que afectan a la libertad de prensa, como el tema de los procesos electorales y la violencia, el tema de la desinformación, el tema de la estigmatización, el acoso judicial, la cobertura del crimen organizado y la corrupción. Los paneles de hoy son sumamente interesantes. Tenemos una serie de expositores de altísimo nivel, de expertos en sus áreas, y un grupo de moderadores también de gran calidad para llevar adelante estas presentaciones. Quiero recordarles a todos que tenemos hoy en la audiencia gente que habla inglés, pero hay traducción simultánea al inglés y al español para que todos puedan participar. También estamos transmitiendo a través del canal de YouTube de la CIP, que quedará grabado. Ya pueden ver las sesiones de ayer. Y bueno, agradecer la participación de autoridades de la CIP y de algunos participantes que acá veo en la lista, como entre ellos Lisa Gross y también Ricardo Trotti. Ricardo Trotti, que durante muchos años, 15 años, fue director ejecutivo de la CIP, con una contribución importantísima al progreso de la libertad de prensa y a la sostenibilidad de los medios de comunicación. Ricardo, un gusto tenerte acá, obviamente, y estar acá en este lugar, esta silla que por tanto tiempo ocupaste, y bueno, cuya contribución sigue siendo muy importante para la dirección ejecutiva, de la CIP. Gracias por estar. Ernesto Kleiserburg, vi que también estás por allí. Muchas gracias. En fin, quiero dar entonces comienzo al primer panel del día, que versará sobre el tema de las alianzas entre desarrolladores de inteligencia artificial generativa y empresas de medios. Hay un grupo de panelistas que presentará Gabriela Vivanco, presidenta del Comité Ejecutivo de la CIP, en unos minutos más. Tendremos una hora para discutir estos temas. Pasaremos luego a otra mesa sobre las enseñanzas y desafíos de la Online News Act de Canadá. Pero estaremos contando el tiempo y estaré en contacto con los moderadores por WhatsApp para ir marcando el tiempo y poder cumplir con una agenda que es compacta, intensa y muy interesante. Gabriela Vivanco, presidenta del Comité Ejecutivo de la CIP, es directora nacional del diario La Hora, uno de los diarios de mayor cobertura en Ecuador, al cual pertenece un grupo de 7 diarios y otros medios regionales. Fue fundadora del estudio jurídico Vivanco en Buenos Aires, Argentina. Ha trabajado como reportera, como fotoperiodista y editora para medios impresos y medios digitales en Ecuador y en Argentina. Obtuvo una doble licenciatura en Economía y Estudios Latinoamericanos de la Universidad de Vanderbilt en Nashville, Estados Unidos. Estudió Periodismo y Derecho en la Universidad San Francisco de Quito, en Ecuador, y tiene una maestría en Comunicación de la Universidad Torcuato Di Tella en Argentina. Muchísimas gracias, un gusto, Gabriela. Adelante con la primera conversación. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Carlos, a ti. Buenos días con todos. Muchísimas gracias por su asistencia. Empezamos un panel muy interesante sobre las alianzas entre los desarrolladores de inteligencia artificial generativa, que es la Generative Artificial Intelligence, como presentó Carlos, las alianzas entre estas tecnologías y las empresas de medios. Para esto contamos hoy con la valiosísima participación de 3 panelistas. La primera persona será Sara Troanis, ella es de la agencia Associated Press. Después hablaremos con Florian Nem de Axel Springer y después tendrá pues su turno Mauricio Cabrera de Storybaker. Luego de una breve presentación de cada uno, pasaremos a hacer algunas preguntas, ojalá un debate, y esperamos también contar con su valioso aporte con respecto a preguntas y comentarios. Empezamos entonces con Sara Troanis. Ella es vicepresidenta de Ingresos para las Américas y jefa de alianzas estratégicas de The Associated Press. Se unió a la AP en 2007 como ejecutiva nacional de televisión, responsable de la gestión de ventas y desarrollo de la cartera de contenidos multimedia. Es también licenciada en periodismo. Sara, buenos días. ¿Cómo estás? Adelante.
I'm well. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me this morning. As Gabriela said, I'm Sarah Trohanis, Vice President of America's Revenue and Head of Strategic Partnerships for the Associated Press. Thank you for the opportunity to participate at IAPA's 2024 mid-year meeting. We are connecting on such an important topic during this transformative time in our industry and, quite honestly, our society. The AP is pleased to support IAPA's mission of press freedom and freedom of expression across the globe, as we have for many, many years. Since last year's General Assembly, we at the AP have been covering 2 ground wars. We're immersed in a very busy election year, and we're honored with our first ever Academy Award for the documentary 20 Days in Mariupol, a first-person account of the early days of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Importantly, though, we have also navigated swift technological change that has disrupted our industry, and that is generative AI. And that's what I'm gathered here with my fellow esteemed panelists to talk a bit about today. At the AP, we use AI and automation to free up our journalists to spend more time on higher impact work. This started about a decade ago when we began automating some corporate earnings and sports stories. In the years since, we've experimented with AI in a variety of ways to make our journalism more efficient and effective. For example, we use AI to produce audio to text transcriptions. We create shot lists in predictable environments. We tag content for search. and we distribute financial markets and sports data. It is important to be clear that we do not see AI as a replacement for our journalists or any journalists in any way. Last year, we incorporated an AI search tool in our customer platform that has essentially unlocked our vast visual archives, which I hope many of you are familiar with, allowing customers to search based on conceptual commands rather than just keywords. These are some of the benefits of harnessing this technology. But generative AI also poses real challenges. Among them, intellectual property protection, misinformation, serious standards questions of interest to every news organization. And that's where I would like to spend a few minutes on IP, which is of concern to all content creators, and I'm sure all of us gathered here on this Zoom. The news industry will face an existential threat if we don't work collaboratively to push for a legal framework that both ensures IP is respected and protected, and that content creators are fairly compensated. At the AP, we are advocating for this while we work with technology companies to license our content. For example, we have entered into an agreement with OpenAI to license part of the text archive from the AP. We are pleased that they recognize not only the value of AP's intellectual property, but also the importance of fact-based, nonpartisan journalism in developing this technology. We know, as I'm sure all of you know, these tools are learning and becoming smarter because of the journalism we and all of you produce. As part of this agreement, AP is leveraging OpenAI's technology and product expertise as we examine potential use cases for generative AI in news products and services. Both organizations, we believe, are benefiting from each other's established expertise in their respective industries in furtherance of the responsible creation and deployment of generative AI. With funding from the Knight Foundation, AP built 5 projects with local newsrooms and university development teams. This is outside of our partnership with OpenAI, but I wanted to reference it here. Ranging from the automated writing of public safety incidents to the publication of Spanish language weather alerts to transcriptions of public meetings. A final point that I want to make on this topic is that news organizations must implement standards around the use of generative AI. AP has published standards on generative AI for journalists, including how and when to use the technology, and guidance on how to cover AI as it becomes a larger part of our world. These guardrails are essential, but one thing is clear: they will continue to evolve as the technology does. And we already know generative AI is moving quickly. In fact, it's proving to evolve in a matter of days and weeks, not months or a year. And because of this, we too must be nimble and agile. We must acknowledge that generative AI will transform our industry and our world. It already has in many ways. We may not know what the future holds, but we do know that generative AI will be a part of it, and we must act because certainly this technology is here to stay. I hope that gives you some perspective from the Associated Press, and I appreciate very much the opportunity to participate this morning.
Muchas gracias, Sara, y además, pues, un saludo a la agencia AP porque siempre ha sido un aliado importante para la Sociedad Interamericana de Prensa. Seguimos entonces con una presentación de Florian Nem. Florian es asesor senior de asuntos públicos para Axel Springer en Alemania. Es el mayor editor multimedia europeo de los diarios Bild y Die Welt. Comenzó su carrera en Die Welt en 1984. Él es ingeniero agrónomo por la Universidad Alemana Paderborn FH Soest. Obtuvo un máster en economía en la Universidad Estatal de Colorado y es también un panelista frecuente sobre estos temas de tecnología y legislación en los foros y asambleas de la Sociedad Interamericana de Prensa. Gracias, Florian, por estar aquí. Buenos días.
Buenos días y muchas gracias por esta invitación. gran placer en este debate intercontinental. Es un tema global para todos los que hacemos periodismo, que se diferencia de los bloggers porque es fact-checked, branded content. El grupo Axel Springer tiene las marcas nacionales que has mencionado, alemanas, tiene su sede en Berlín, pero es hoy también propietario del grupo político en Washington y Bruselas y de Business Insider, también en Nueva York, Europa y un poco Asia. Hay redacciones y subrayo todo lo que ha dicho Sara, podría ser uno a uno. Periodismo va a cambiar, es importante que haya transparencia, de que los textos periodísticos que se han hecho exclusivamente con AI lo digan claramente. Nosotros no publicamos nada que sea exclusivamente AI. AI es solamente una máquina de respuestas, de orientación que ayuda a ahorrar tiempo, pero que puede tener errores, por lo cual el ser humano, la cabeza del periodista, de la periodista, en ese momento es lo esencial de toda redacción, la experiencia, el poder conectar elementos, recuerdos, ir a los archivos, lo que hacíamos antes, ir a los archivos para ver qué es lo que se había publicado. Después usamos mucho Wikipedia y hoy usamos, y yo me estoy acostumbrando y lo estoy usando cada vez más, porque facilita y ahorra tiempo y te orienta sobre temas que demorarías mucho más en buscar. Pero, y por eso también sigo lo mismo que decía Sara, es importante que el sector periodístico independiente mantenga su viabilidad económica. Economic viability of independent and diverse journalistic offerings. Eso es lo que las democracias necesitan, y Axel Springer es un grupo no pequeño, pero luchamos por nuestros competidores. Es algo extraño, pero luchamos para que el ambiente, para que el environment de periodismo tengamos competidores. La democracia requiere de este elemento de higiene. Nuestros diarios, lógicamente, se equivocan una y otra vez. Es porque solamente the best available truth at the evening, o el momento que se presiona el botón o se echa a andar la imprenta. Y por ello requerimos de que, o las democracias requieren de que haya competencia ambiciosa, independiente, que deje claro dónde nos hemos equivocado y lo corrija y nos dé la oportunidad de corregir. Ningún periodista quiere quedar como haber publicado una información que no era correcta. Esa es nuestra ambición profesional. Y al revés. Por ello, es importante que haya mucha oferta de todas las tendencias, profesional, fact-checked, branded, como oferta. Y eso peligra hoy en día porque la viabilidad económica no está, otros se enriquecen, nosotros pagamos los sueldos. Y eso no es sustentable. Mi CEO, Matthias Döpfner, acaba de publicar una carta en el diario Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung de Alemania, que no es nuestro, lo publicó en otro medio. 10 años atrás escribió un artículo en abril del 14 con el título ¿Por qué tenemos que temer Google? Y ayer publicó un artículo diciendo por qué ya no tenemos que temer Google. Bueno, eso dejó a muchos un poco desorientados, pero ¿qué es lo que quiere decir? Y les invito, he distribuido a muchos ya la traducción DeepL al castellano, inglés y brasileiro. Bueno, lo que dice en realidad es que muchas cosas tienen que empeorar bien empeoradas antes de que puedan mejorar. Y desgraciadamente las cosas han empeorado dramáticamente. 10 años atrás, mucha gente no le tomó en serio, sobre todo no los legisladores, y hoy tenemos un ambiente de empresas periodísticas debilitada en todo el mundo. India, Latinoamérica, Norteamérica, Europa, etcétera. Pero con Artificial Intelligence, y cito a mi jefe supremo, dice que los políticos no se han despertado cuando se trataba de propiedad intelectual. Pero ahora que disinformation y fake news empiezan a peligrar los resultados de elecciones, sí empiezan a despertar. Les está más cerca el tema de poder y que esto trae una esperanza de que haya legislación moderna que cubra estos déficits en las legislaciones continentales y de muchos países. Y aquí, ya que tenemos la CIP, me permito una frase un poco crítica. Queridos compañeros, amigos de la Sociedad Interamericana de Prensa y de los países, creo que llevamos muchos años teniendo muchas discusiones en este tipo de paneles y también físicamente cuando estáis en Madrid, hablando una y otra vez de la necesidad de regular y de tener legislación en este campo. Europa ha dado importantes pasos, no siempre con un resultado bueno, pero los ha dado. Australia dio un empuje muy fuerte con otro método, pero con mucho mejor resultado. Canadá, le vais a escuchar un poco más tarde a Paul Deegan, un héroe de la legislación en Canadá, y el entonces ministro Pablo Rodríguez, un argentino de Tucumán, crecido en Quebec, nos vino a ver aquí antes de poner la ley en el Parlamento para ver qué tipo de ataques podría sufrir, lo discutimos aquí. ¿Y dónde está Latinoamérica? Estados Unidos, desgraciadamente, es un caso excepcional, poca esperanza, están enredados en sus propias leyes extrañas de monopolio y antimonopolio, pero las Américas, por favor, ¿qué país en Latinoamérica, qué grupo de editores han hablado con parlamentos, con gobiernos, con sindicatos y tomado iniciativa copiando ejemplos, sea australiano, europeo, canadiense, para poner un borrador sobre la mesa y dar empujes? Políticamente creo saber de que ha habido varias oportunidades y estamos un poco a la espera. ¿Quién da el primer paso para poder? Y no importa el tamaño del país, puede ser Uruguay, puede ser Brasil, Argentina, México, etc. Colombia, el país, Ecuador, con mucho gusto, Chile. Mi impresión personal es, queridos latinoamericanos, ¿quién da el primer paso? No he visto ninguno. Y hay un contraste, que es la India, que es más valioso hablar con ellos, porque hay una asociación que tiene 1.000 miembros, no todos en inglés, pero se trata de 1.000 millones de habitantes. Un gobierno también difícil, y invito, porque he hecho la experiencia, este tipo de reunión con la asociación India, Indian Newspaper Society o Digital News Publishers Association, que están ahora empujando el tema, con un poco de atraso, pero están hablando en la misma cultura, y por ello recomiendo tomar contacto también en una próxima reunión, tener a las familias periodísticas de la India que sufren lo mismo, tienen el mismo desafío con sus gobiernos. Ahora, por favor, interrúmpeme, últimos puntos de la discusión europea. Tenemos una legislación Artificial Intelligence, AI Act. Europa fue el primero en el Copyright Act, no muy ideal, pero da la base para mejorarlo en la revisión que esperamos más tardar en 2 años. A nivel europeo, Europa es un país de 450 millones, dividido en 27 provincias. Ahora, AI Act, la primera del mundo, pero esta ley se ocupa exclusivamente del output, de los peligros o no peligros y cómo usarlo en la sociedad o el efecto sobre la sociedad. Pero no hay nada o casi nada sobre el input, que son nuestros contenidos para los cuales hemos pagado sueldos y que son la base para el entrenamiento de las máquinas. Hemos hecho mucho trabajo de lobby, yo soy Asuntos Públicos junto con editores de Helsinki hasta Lisboa, y hemos logrado una serie de elementos que nos ayudarán en el nuevo Parlamento. Sabéis que hay elecciones ahora en junio, y en la nueva comisión de ojalá dar un paso importante hacia adelante. ¿Y qué tiene que cuáles son los puntos que exigen, que piden y que sabemos que son necesarios, y les resumo. Son solo 6. 1, redefinir el concepto de copyright, porque sabemos que la propiedad intelectual, el copyright, no llega a la situación que es un uso o una transformación de la expresión de ideas que se alimentan de muchos contenidos. Es lo que hacen los Large Language Models, por lo cual necesitamos desarrollar un concepto que sí funcione. Después tenemos el cuidado de los fresh contents, que no solamente los archivos, sino que lo que producimos todos los días, que es oro. Fact-checked, branded content. Sabemos de quién es y si se equivocado, sabemos a quién hacerle el pleito si es necesario o qué marca pierde de credibilidad, etc. Eso es nuestro campo en que jugamos. Enforcing compensation, fair compensation, de tener derechos que no se pueden renunciar, cómo organizarlo, es importante que la legislación lo tenga. Shifting proof, burden and transparency. No pueden ser las empresas periodísticas, grandes y pequeñas, con más abogados o menos abogados, que tengamos que controlar quién ha usado nuestros contenidos. Tiene que ser al revés. Tienen que ser las máquinas que usan nuestros contenidos, que tienen que demostrar e informar transparentemente de quién hemos usado, qué cantidad de contenidos, y después negociar la suma. Enforceable opt-out for text mining. Si nos roban los contenidos a pesar de que hemos dicho no, y sucede todos los días, tiene que haber consecuencias legales. Y muy importante, AI provider liability. Si nuestras marcas periodísticas que estamos reunidas aquí infringimos leyes generales, hay riesgo de pleito. Tenemos una alta responsabilidad para que sea correcto y todos tenemos experiencia en esto. Las máquinas AI, Large Language Models, no tienen esa liability por el momento y lógicamente necesitan tener esa misma responsabilidad de cuidado de contenidos. Estos son los puntos que actualmente los editores europeos han acordado de hacer todo el lobby posible en leyes a modernizar, e invitamos a los latinoamericanos, los norteamericanos, las asociaciones de la India, que somos del mismo espíritu de familias de periodismo y profesión, de ir por la misma línea, porque ya no es un tema nacional, es un tema de todos los que hacemos periodismo y somos la base para las democracias. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Florian nos trae puntos muy válidos para discutir ahora en un momento. Además, definiciones que quizá tendríamos que expandir un poquito. Muchísimas gracias. Vamos ahora con Mauricio Cabrera. Él es un narrador mexicano. Es fundador de Storybaker. Es un laboratorio de medios, un media lab enfocado en crear historias más atractivas para los medios, incluyendo The Coffee Podcast. También es el autor de un newsletter fabuloso sobre la industria y el futuro de los medios y el periodismo. Y también, pues, en este podcast entrevista a creadores de contenido talentosos. Es un estudioso de los medios. Mauricio, qué gusto tenerte aquí. Buenos días.
Estás con el micrófono.
Qué barbaridad, perdón. Hice lo de siempre. Un gusto compartir espacio con Sara, con Florian. Muchas gracias, Gabriela. A ver, yo lo que quiero decir es que creo que los medios de comunicación, por más que intentemos ser optimistas, debemos reconocer algo. El modelo de negocio actual se ha fundamentado en una dependencia hacia Google, y en cualquier tipo de relación, cuando tú estableces el equilibrio de poderes, pues tienes que buscar también un equilibrio de condiciones. Y la mayoría de los medios de comunicación, no hablando de los más establecidos, por supuesto, no del New York Times, no posiblemente del Washington Post, no posiblemente de La Nación de Argentina, pero si quitamos a todas esas grandes cabeceras, nos encontramos a medios que en la gran mayoría de los casos dependen de la llegada de audiencia a través de las tecnológicas, esas tecnológicas a las que ahora les queremos pedir que nos paguen por el contenido. Contenido que sí, por supuesto, tiene una propiedad intelectual, pero también un contenido replicado en la gran mayoría de los casos por muchos. Y esa es una de las grandes problemáticas a las que se enfrentan los medios de comunicación comparado con, por ejemplo, una productora de películas o de series, donde tú tienes un contenido pues más complejo de replicar, donde puede ser más evidente esa imitación. Porque estoy convencido que el reconocimiento a la propiedad intelectual viene y empieza directamente desde la industria. Todos hemos estado en redacciones, posiblemente en agencias, en las que se dice, eso es algo muy mexicano, dale la vuelta a la nota. Darle la vuelta a la nota significa decir lo mismo, pero con otras palabras, para no tener que reconocer esa fuente. O incluso una práctica tan habitual como la de los newsletters, de poner un link, así se trate de un competidor. Eso es algo muy sano de los newsletters, eso es algo muy arraigado en Estados Unidos y en distintas partes de Europa, pero que en Latinoamérica no se suele hacer. Yo, que continuamente me toca darles trabajo de consultoría a medios de comunicación, les he sugerido, oye, ¿por qué no haces un ejercicio de curaduría de lo mejor en materia política, económica, lo que ustedes quieran? Pero incluye las referencias a competidores. Eso no se da. Entonces, a veces me parece un tanto contradictorio por parte de los medios de comunicación que ahorita que nos encontramos evidentemente en un terreno en el que las tecnológicas se pueden valer de nuestro contenido para ellos seguir desarrollando sus modelos de lenguaje multimodal, pongamos el grito en el cielo cuando las prácticas más elementales no se han seguido en términos del respeto a la propiedad intelectual de los otros medios de comunicación. Y cuando tristemente, a partir de las tendencias que se marcan en Google, en las distintas redes sociales, lo que la mayoría de los medios ha hecho es intentar cubrir el mismo contenido. Entonces, ¿sí hay propiedad intelectual detrás de los medios de comunicación? Sí. ¿En qué casos? Pues principalmente en los casos de medios que tienen a periodistas especializados, que tienen a periodistas bien remunerados para generar contenido diferenciado. Si tú no tienes ese contenido diferenciado, si tú no tienes a periodistas que utilizan tanto sus recursos como los recursos tecnológicos para crear contenido de autor, tú podrías decir, ¿sabes qué? Que yo, sitio de X región, no quiero que los modelos de inteligencia artificial se entrenen con mi contenido. Pero la afectación para ese modelo va a ser mínima porque la realidad es que hay cualquier cantidad de medios haciendo exactamente el mismo contenido. En los negocios existe mucho esta parte del contenido que tú tienes y del valor que va guardando. ¿Cuál es uno de los problemas de los medios de comunicación? Que un alto porcentaje de sus contenidos mueren o unos minutos después, o unas horas después, o si bien nos va unos días después. No es como una serie que puede llegar a trascender a lo largo de los años, no es como un Star Wars, evidentemente. Y eso termina mermando nuestras capacidades de negociación. Uno, la réplica. Muchos medios de comunicación haciendo lo mismo. Y también muchos medios de comunicación parafraseando una investigación de un tercero. Planteamos esto. ¿Qué pasa si el New York Times lanza una exclusiva y dice, como en estos momentos, por ejemplo, en su conflicto con OpenAI, que no quiere que sea entrenado este modelo con los contenidos del New York Times? Pero ¿qué pasa si mientras tanto otros medios están replicando el contenido del New York Times, parafraseando? Y sí se está alimentando de esos medios. Por supuesto que está el daño, si se le quiere llamar así, a este modelo, en el que la audiencia dice, oye, pero esta no es información del New York Times, esta no es información de CNN. Sí, puede haber un porcentaje menor que esté muy alfabetizado, que diga, claro, me voy a fijar en las fuentes que están detrás, en las fuentes que están siendo consideradas, pero el entorno es complejo. Entonces, lo que yo percibo es, uno, sí, tenemos que seguir con esta conversación de mayor reconocimiento a la propiedad intelectual, que vamos a ser honestos, no empieza, insisto, con las plataformas tecnológicas. Se ha venido dando en el tiempo. En LinkedIn, ¿cuántas veces no se comparten publicaciones del especialista en marketing que en realidad él publica como propia o sin mencionar quién es la fuente, pero al final él no es el autor original? Y tampoco hemos encontrado un esquema de retribución en el que si tú compartes un contenido mío, te lleva a ciertos ingresos. Que ahí es donde, por ejemplo, sí considero que la Web3, pese a lo golpeada que está después de toda la especulación en torno a NFTs y también al tema de las criptomonedas, podría ofrecer nuevas estructuras dignas de explorarse, que de hecho Fox está trabajando sobre eso, que tiene que ver con cómo de verdad generamos un nivel de metadata a través de blockchain tan grande que sí podamos saber dónde inicia un contenido, por dónde viaja y dónde termina, porque en la nueva economía de los contenidos, posiblemente alguien que comparte mi contenido podría merecer algún tipo de crédito o algún tipo de beneficio porque me hace grande, porque hace que ese video que quizás yo genere que tuvo 1000 views, si lo recomienda una persona con 10 millones de seguidores, podría alcanzar otro tipo de niveles de compensación. Entonces, no es un problema aislado el del reconocimiento económico que deberían dar las plataformas tecnológicas, que ya se está dando, pero yo creo que se va a dar con las grandes cabeceras. Yo creo que se va a dar con las grandes agencias de noticias, no necesariamente con medios pequeños que están replicando contenido. ¿Qué queda entonces? Entender cómo utilizar la inteligencia artificial para crear contenido diferenciado que sí le interese a esas tecnológicas y por el otro lado, generar una mejor relación con la audiencia, porque todo está vinculado. Si tú tienes una relación directa con la audiencia, es muy complicado que la tecnológica te termine afectando. Primero, ¿por qué? Porque tú tienes esa relación directa, tienes el first party data, que debe ser una de las obsesiones de los medios. Segundo, porque en la cabeza de esa gente está que tú creas contenido diferenciado, contenido de autor. Y tercero, porque en vez de estar esperando que la tecnológica resuelva todo tu problema de negocio, también construyes una vía en la que generas ingresos a través del reconocimiento de los suscriptores, de la audiencia final. Yo aplaudo iniciativas como las de AP, por ejemplo, porque es reconocer, a ver, yo no me puedo poner a pelear con una tecnología que queramos o no, va a estar y se va a arraigar en la sociedad. No podemos negar que la tecnología va a avanzar. Si nosotros nos tardamos en experimentar con la tecnología, lo único que va a pasar es que no vamos a ser de los ganadores que surjan después de la exploración temprana de esa tecnología. La verdad es que a nivel usuario, hoy, si usas ChatGPT, puede llegar a ser menos útil que al principio porque precisamente se le han ido poniendo estos candados donde, oye, yo no puedo hacer esto, no puedo ir a este sitio porque estoy bloqueado, porque no se me permite. Y se entiende la parte del medio, pero no deja de haber una afectación a una tecnología que ya podría hacer más fácil el consumo de información para el usuario. Es decir, las búsquedas en Google hoy, ¿son lo más efectivo del mercado? No, porque ya tienes una búsqueda conversacional que te puede ofrecer una mejor experiencia. Entonces, lo que tienen que pensar los medios es, sí, por supuesto, su supervivencia, pero también cómo encontrar las palancas con las tecnológicas para dejar de pensar que el modelo actual de búsqueda es el ideal y que en cambio tengamos un descubrimiento consensuado con las fuentes que valgan la pena en la búsqueda conversacional. Porque al final lo que tenemos que hacer es priorizar el tiempo, la atención de los usuarios. Y si tú me dices, oye, ¿quieres un compendio de esta noticia con distintas fuentes en una búsqueda conversacional, en un chatbot, contra recibir en Google 10,000 resultados, de los cuales 9,000 son muy parecidos entre sí? Pues muy posiblemente como usuario, no como gente de medios, te diría, ¿sabes qué? Que yo prefiero el resultado del chatbot porque me ayuda a entender más fácil, me ayuda a contextualizar más fácil y no tengo el equivalente al pase a la página 35, que es lo que hoy en día en cierto modo tenemos con cómo consumimos Internet. Todavía es, tengo esta nota, ok, ahora me voy a esta otra, ahora me voy a esta otra. O sea, sí tenemos que buscar mejores condiciones. Esas mejores condiciones, desde mi punto de vista, solo las van a lograr algunas agencias y algunos grandes medios de comunicación referentes. Y los demás, hemos de intentar encontrar cómo diferenciarnos, cómo construir una relación directa con la audiencia y cómo lograr establecer de verdad propiedad intelectual, una propiedad intelectual que no se base tanto en el qué duplicado por todos, sino en el cómo y en lo que estoy resolviendo para la audiencia. Para mí ese es el contexto. No es un problema solamente de las tecnológicas afectando, porque además vamos a ser honestos, si Google quisiera, ya habría limitado todavía más el tráfico hacia los sitios. No lo hace porque es parte del negocio. También le beneficia poder mostrar anuncios en los distintos sitios de los medios de comunicación. Es así. Pero ¿qué termina pasando? Es indiscutible que la tecnología nos está llevando a un tipo de consumo que no va tanto por, bueno, los medios creando cientos o miles de noticias de manera mensual, muchas de ellas replicadas, como hoy que tenemos a medios deportivos como Mundo Deportivo, dándote recetas de pechuga de pollo al horno. Eso no está bien y va más allá de las tecnológicas. Eso es como yo cierro.
Gracias, Mauricio. Creo que pues tu punto de vista es absolutamente pragmático. Nos explicas claramente que el genio ya salió de la botella y no va a haber forma de volverlo a meter. Y pues realmente me quedan muchísimas preguntas, así que voy a tratar de organizarlas de la mejor manera. Quisiera empezar por el origen y de manera muy breve, especialmente con Sara y con Florian, si es que nos pueden resumir o contar cuál fue ese momento de la gota que rebasó el vaso, el tipping point, ¿no? El aha moment, o sea, el momento en el que pues sus organizaciones dijeron, es ahora cuando debemos sumarnos y no irse por el lado de la pelea legal. No sé, Sara, si nos puedes contar un poquito sobre este proceso.
Sure. You know, it is a really interesting point, and I think we as a news gathering organization realize that, you know, it goes back to one of my earlier points that we have a treasure trove of fact-based, nonpartisan journalism, and we wanted to lean in to these technological advancements, and so we said to ourselves, you know, this technology is moving fast and it will continue to shift. And we really believed that a collaborative approach with these technology companies, whom we've had relationships with for a number of years, you know, we thought, you know what, we need to take an approach that is collaborative, is cooperative, and we ultimately wanted a seat at the table. And that seat at the table for us was earned by an engagement and a sharing of our positions and our principles that IP must be respected. And I think that was the aha moment when we saw these companies acknowledge that we as journalists, as publishers, have a valuable asset that is critical to the longevity and the development of their technology platform. And that obviously is an ongoing matter and a continued reinforcement of that position and those principles, but we believe that it is worth every ounce of effort to continue those discussions and those conversations, both for the benefit of the business and also for us as a news gathering organization. But as you all know, the AP represents members and customers all over the world. And by us having a seat at the table, we also believed, to the points made here, that it really, truly reinforces the value of IP and establishes it clearly in the face of these technology companies. So I think that has been the aha moment, particularly over the last couple of years, you know, the last 12 to 18 months, and certainly as we head forward.
Gracias, Sara. No sé si Florian nos puedes dar tu perspectiva sobre este tema.
Sí, mira, el tema de las máquinas de búsqueda, sobre todo la máquina dominante en el mercado del ser encontrado, con todos sus efectos en publicidad y audiencia, es un tema que ya empezó más de unos 15 años atrás a mover mucho, y fue el gobierno alemán que puso la primera ley nacional, mal hecha, pero al menos con mucha lucha de los editores alemanes. Era una coalición demócrata cristiana con los liberales, y los liberales pusieron mucha agua a la ley que al final, en fin. Después fue el gobierno Rajoy mayoría absoluta en España, que hizo la mejor ley del mundo en este campo, que después con la iniciativa, con la variante europea, se diluyó muchísimo. Entonces, el momento, como dices, al menos en Axel Springer y seguramente entre los editores alemanes y los españoles, vais a ver a Irene Lanzaco más tarde, gran luchadora por este tema, tiene muchos años. El resultado es frustrante. Y ahora con inteligencia artificial y con la alimentación del servicio de máquinas, esto se radicaliza aún más. Es más de lo mismo, de otra forma, pero al final, otros se enriquecen, nosotros pagamos los sueldos, porque nuestro producto periodístico no es repetible en esa forma. Es el consultar varias fuentes, el invertir en ese research para publicar información que otros quieren mantener en secreto. Y por eso tiene interés. Algunos con más audiencia, con menos, pero ese es el trabajo que hacen todas las redacciones y que lógicamente se diferencian. Si tienen buen fundamento económico, entonces tienen diferenciación y competencia. Y hay que leer más que uno para tener una orientación adecuada. Los problemas que comenta en el caso mexicano, el darle vuelta a una noticia, en fin, sí, pero el lector se da rápidamente cuenta y el futuro en los tiempos de inteligencia artificial está en la originalidad, innovación y singularidad de la oferta periodística. Y por eso hay que salir a la calle, no quedarse sentado en las redacciones, abrir los ojos y descubrir historias o temas que los otros no tienen. Y ahí ayuda la inteligencia artificial porque te resuelve muchos temas que te ahorra tiempo para invertir más tiempo en lo otro. Y los que no hacen eso morirán o se hundirán, pero así ha sido el periodismo toda la vida. Algunos surgen, otros se hunden porque pierden el tren. Y por eso el momento es continuo de lo que yo recuerdo desde hace 15 años.
Gracias, Florian. Con la visión de la AP y de Axel Springer tenemos pues una de las vertientes de pensamiento y de acciones de los grandes jugadores. Sin embargo, además por la audiencia que tenemos y por los cientos de miles de miembros de la CIP, que somos medios de comunicación medianos y pequeños, Mauricio, sí quisiera que hables, como dices tú, del resto, de los demás. ¿Qué oportunidades desde un punto de vista pragmático? Porque como dices tú, somos jugadores muy pequeños, venimos además de mercados absolutamente desconectados con respecto a la industria, no tenemos una cultura de colaboración ni entre los medios de los países, ni mucho menos entre los países entre sí, como dices tú en América Latina. Desde tu punto de vista, herramientas específicas, ¿cuáles son las principales oportunidades que hoy tienen los medios medianos y pequeños para aprovechar las herramientas y de alguna forma valorar el contenido que generan?
Sí, qué bueno que lo divides en dos. Por un lado, a los grandes medios creo que sí les toca establecerse como estos motores que se apalancan de la inteligencia artificial en lo que refiere al entrenamiento de estos modelos. Y también, por supuesto, les toca decidir qué de la inteligencia artificial pueden utilizar para hacer mejor periodismo, porque a mí algo que no me gusta de la industria es que muchas de las conversaciones van directamente hacia hacer más contenido en torno a un modelo de negocio que no funciona. Florian, por ejemplo, dice que la audiencia se da cuenta, pero para mí ese discurso es muy lo que siempre se ha querido decir el periodismo y no tanto lo que en realidad pasa. ¿Por qué? Primero porque el descubrimiento se produce más directamente a través de Google que de un acto voluntario. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Si Google me pone primero mundo deportivo, esto no es periodismo, pero bueno, para una pechuga de pollo al horno, no le importa tanto si es mundo deportivo o es el que sea. La audiencia es así, porque está basada en eso. ¿A qué audiencia sí le importa y qué audiencia sí se da cuenta? La que monetiza a través de suscripciones, es decir, la audiencia que paga por contenido. A esa audiencia sí le importa la diferenciación, sí le importa la originalidad, pero son unos cuantos medios. En Latinoamérica se cuenta más o menos con los dedos de las dos manos y no tenemos muchos más casos. Entonces, es una realidad. ¿Qué audiencia sí se da cuenta y valora? La que está dispuesta a pagar. El resto, que es la gran mayoría del ecosistema de medios, pues no necesariamente valora eso. Va buscando y muchas veces no es solo que vaya a un sitio o a otro sin distinción, sino que va entre creador y creador también sin distinción. Dicho eso, ¿qué es lo que nos toca a los demás? A mí me parece que este es un momento extraordinario para desarrollar lo que yo llamo pymes, pequeños y medianos medios. Pequeños y medianos medios que van desde una persona hasta organizaciones de máximo 30 personas, donde lo que tú haces es construyes una relación directa con la audiencia. Muchas veces ese producto mínimo viable puede ser un newsletter, puede ser un mensajero instantáneo como WhatsApp o habilitar un canal de difusión en Instagram. Son los medios humanos o medios conversacionales. Hay una serie de casos que para mí destacan sobremanera. Tenemos en Estados Unidos POC, que yo debo decir que para mí es el modelo a seguir, al menos en mis gustos, en mis preferencias, que fíjate cómo cambia el modo de aproximarse. Se podría decir que es un medio de negocios, política, entretenimiento. No, ellos lo que dicen es, nosotros cubrimos la lucha del poder, el ego y el dinero en los corazones políticos, tecnológicos, de entretenimiento y financiero en Estados Unidos. Entonces, en vez de estarte hablando de algo tan amplio como solemos hacerlo los medios, espectáculos, deportes, se van a algo específico. Es la industria del entretenimiento, Hollywood. Es la industria o el corazón político de Estados Unidos, Washington. Es el corazón financiero de Estados Unidos, Wall Street. Y lo que hicieron es, no voy a tener una redacción de 20, 50, 100 personas. Lo que voy a tener es a un periodista experimentado, que eso también es muy positivo, porque ahorita tenemos la lectura de que entre más años tengas, yo ya estoy preocupado por eso, porque ya tengo 40, tenemos la lectura de que entre más años tengas, más desechables vamos a ser. Y no, la inteligencia artificial estoy convencido que nos pone en un spot en el que la experiencia, la especialización, el prestigio, el networking nos va a situar en un muy buen lugar. Porque precisamente los medios, esto va a generar un problema de desempleo, yo sí que lo veo, en redacciones muy grandes, la inteligencia artificial va a depurar varios de esos procesos, pero aquellos periodistas experimentados, especializados en algo, con capacidades multiplataformas y decididos a conversar, van a tener un mejor escenario. Ellos viven de suscripciones. Defector, por ejemplo, es el caso de un colectivo de creadores que sale de Deadspin. En Deadspin les pedían que hicieran aquello en lo que ellos no creían, lanzaron su propio concepto. Los periodistas son en parte socios, como lo mismo pasa en POC, y estamos hablando de que en ambos casos muchas veces eran directores editoriales de The Hollywood Reporter o de Variety, de distintos medios de comunicación que se unen y que son posiblemente 15 personas, pero de esas 15 personas hay 8 periodistas que son top y el resto se dedican a marketing o tienen una parte en growth. ¿Qué hay que construir? Hay que construir, entonces, first party data, una conversación constante. Se está acabando esto de, yo te vi en un programa de televisión y ya con eso es suficiente. No. Cada vez más tenemos que extender puntos de contacto con la audiencia para entender que no solo hemos de informar, sino también orientar, entretener, educar, inspirar, conversar, escuchar, que son tareas que muchas veces no ha querido hacer el medio de comunicación o el periodista. Entonces, ese punto resulta fundamental. Por el otro lado, comprender la oportunidad de las plataformas conversacionales y entender que si queremos que algo sea sano, no debemos hacer como suele pasar en Latinoamérica, que es, ya llegó un millonario que tal vez no tiene experiencia en medios y dice, voy a crear un nuevo sitio por influencia política y seguro lo recupero con mis amigos. Y a veces tuvimos el caso aquí en México de México.com. Contrataron a cerca de 80 periodistas de golpe en su día 1. ¿Qué pasó? Pues esa historia de inmediato se fue a pique porque nunca logró levantar las cosas. ¿Qué es lo sano de empezar con 1, 2, 5 personas que tienes un producto mínimo viable y tu primera expectativa económica es lograr cubrir? los sueldos esperados de esas personas, de esas 5 personas. Y si empieza a funcionar, vas creciendo, que es curiosamente como lo hacen las agencias. Las agencias, oye, tengo este proyecto. Ah, bueno, 5 personas. Se va este cliente, posiblemente lo cierro, pero ahora tengo este otro, tengo 3 personas. Vamos a tener estas redacciones mucho más líquidas y mucho más flexibles para ampliarse o encogerse, sin que eso necesariamente sea demonizar al medio, porque tampoco me ha parecido positivo esto de, este medio está despidiendo gente. No, también nos hizo falta concientizar a los periodistas de que hay veces que lo que se les pedía, que ese sí es un error de los medios, no genera negocio. Todo debe tener un modelo de monetización.
Gracias, Mauricio, y pues aprovecho además para agradecerte porque en tu newsletter siempre nos recuerdas los valores del contenido que es lo que puede poner el ser humano, ¿no? El conectarse con las emociones, el apelar a la empatía, todo lo que viene en la mitad entre el miedo y el amor y todo lo que puede meter las emociones y la inteligencia emocional del ser humano es pues lo que podemos aportar y mucho de eso nos recuerdas siempre en tus newsletters. Tengo un par de minutos más. Quisiera hacer 2 preguntitas últimas. La primera va para Sara. La agencia AP ha dicho, de lo que entiendo, que parte del propósito de la alianza que tienen también es desarrollar lo que se llama best practices, ¿no? Un esbozo o un borrador de mejores prácticas o estándares que le sirvan a la industria para la aplicación de estas herramientas de forma ética en la creación de contenidos. ¿Qué nos puedes decir al respecto de lo que han encontrado con respecto a las mejores prácticas que sirven y aplican hoy? Y que ya podemos compartir con el resto de la industria.
Sure. So I think transparency is important to the AP and to our industry and to the consumers of our news. And that is really the premise on a number of our standards is around clarity and transparency of the material and how AI is responsibly used in newsrooms. And I think I want to underscore a point that was just made, and that is really about the best practices of thinking about AI through the lens of creating efficiencies and effective utilization of the resources you have, whether you are the smallest newsroom or the largest agency. You can deploy this technology in and across your newsroom through the lens of efficiencies and thinking about, and we as the AP have really embraced that as a way to connect with our smaller and medium-sized members through our local AI project and educating our newsrooms on how you can, for example, think about the dissemination of large lots of data that need to be condensed down into a readable piece of content. AI can be helpful in that context, as an example. So I think those are, it's really about accuracy is paramount. And so that is where the human for us lends the expertise, the longevity, the real sort of the beacon of accuracy. But we really look at transparency as a best practice and then think about how we deploy AI for the purposes of efficiency. The other thing I would add, and we talk a lot about this both in our own newsroom and in conversations with customers. We also believe that one of the benefits of AI and the tooling is for discoverability. So we've talked a lot about, this need to not necessarily create new content, but rather unearth some of the content and the context around the stories we're telling using AI tools. And I think that's where this technology can be really powerful in terms of personalization and curation of content, both archival and current day.
Gracias, Sara. Y por último, quisiera volver con Florian al respecto de lo que él nos dijo al comienzo, ¿no? El objetivo del lobby de las asociaciones de prensa europeas es lograr la viabilidad económica de una oferta periodística libre, diversa e independiente como base de las democracias libres y pluralistas. Florian, ¿qué nos puedes decir sobre las lecciones que hemos aprendido o tenemos que aprender de todo el proceso doloroso y pues muy desgastante que ha sido la conversación con los motores de búsqueda y estas empresas de posición dominante con respecto al futuro de los medios y la tecnología?
Sí, muchas gracias. Primero, lo que tú decías recién, de que los competidores se unan para lograr legislación moderna. En la época del papel había, ahora era más difícil copiar en ese día, hoy se puede reproducir digitalmente y la ley nunca ha llegado ahí. Y por ello la forma que tenga la definición de propiedad intelectual, la legislación mundial en este campo está muy anticuada y no ha funcionado cuando se trataba de las empresas periodísticas. Ahora con fake news y con la manipulación de elecciones, probablemente la clase, digamos, los que tienen responsabilidad política en parlamentos y gobiernos tendrán más atención para modernizar eso. Pero, y lo digo con la CIP, queridos amigos de la CIP, ¿qué asociación nacional va a poner la primera iniciativa en su parlamento o en su gobierno? Estamos esperando impacientes, tenemos toneladas de material de todo tipo, oficial, no oficial, experimentos, listas de argumentaciones para compartir, y ya lo hemos hecho en muchas oportunidades. Hemos tenido reuniones de abogados, exclusivamente abogados de muchas casas editoriales, ya años atrás, con borradores, etcétera. ¿Quién da el primer y quién da el segundo paso? Bien. O vamos a esperar que la India, que empezó mucho más tarde, se adelante y eso. De ahí viene gran parte de la vulnerabilidad y la debilidad. Hay que saltar.
Gracias, Florian. Y voy a pedirles unos par de minutos más porque Rosenthal Alves nos ha alzado la mano y pues quisiera darle la oportunidad de que sea breve, pero siempre sus aportes son valiosísimos. Rosenthal, adelante, por favor, para hacer una pregunta.
Bueno, alzaron mi mano, pero, pero aquí estoy. Yo creo que aprendí mucho en ese panel. Creo que ese es el gran reto que tenemos ahora, es comprender que estamos en un momento para mí, que estoy en este barco hace muchos años, es como casi el momento en que tuvimos la llegada de la web en los 90. Entonces ahora estamos, si hemos cometido muchos errores en términos de cómo actuar, principalmente desde la industria de los periódicos en estos 25 años más o menos, no hemos visto nada en relación a lo que va a pasar seguramente con el impacto de la inteligencia artificial y de las otras cosas que no tenemos ni idea de que van a aparecer. Las otras especializaciones en materia de capacitación de nuestros periodistas, de nuestros ejecutivos, etcétera. El problema de la regulación es que no hay una buena regulación. Todas van a tener algún problema, pero hay que seguir intentando. Y nosotros aquí en Austin tuvimos ahora recién el International Symposium on Online Journalism, el ISOJ, que vimos, por ejemplo, el fascinante... la fascinante vuelta que dio el New York Times con la presencia de la CEO. Yo estoy muy impresionado y de acuerdo con lo que dijo Mauricio. Una cosa es ver estos grandes y otra cosa muy distinta es ver cómo hacen estos pequeños. Hay muchos muchos interesantes modelos ese de PUC que él muestra es muy importante también para que veamos otro fenómeno que está cambiando el panorama de los medios, que son los influencers, los content creators. Estamos aquí empezando un estudio de eso para ver qué es lo que el periodismo tiene que aprender de ellos y qué es lo que ellos tienen que aprender del periodismo y sobre todo concientizarse de su responsabilidad social. O sea, tenemos muchos casos en nuestros países de influencers que cometen actos de periodismo o que son periodistas y tienen más audiencia que los medios institucionales. Entonces, este es otro punto que me gustaría poner en la mesa, sobre todo en el caso de PUC y de los nuevos modelos que están apareciendo. Y muchas gracias por la oportunidad y por voluntariarme para decir unas palabras, pero quiero reiterar que aprendí mucho en ese panel.
Muchísimas gracias, Rosenthal, Florian, Sara y Mauricio. Gracias a la audiencia y pues esperamos que esta conversación nos ayude a adaptarnos más rápido y mejor y a dejar un par de ideas, sembrar un poco de semillas. Muchísimas gracias, Carlos, contigo.
Muchas gracias, Gabriela. Excelente el panel. Muchísimas gracias a los expositores. Alto nivel, temas súper interesantes. Antes de pasar al próximo panel, simplemente reconocer la presencia de autoridades de la CIP, Gilberto Urdaneta, Juan Pablo Illanes, Carlos Jornet, por supuesto, Jaime Mantilla, expresidente de la CIP, Juan Lorenzo Holman, Carlos Pérez de Ecuador, muchas gracias por estar, y también de muchos amigos de otras organizaciones, como Andrés Alessandro, el director ejecutivo de ADEPA, está Werner Sisman de AMI Colombia, está Pablo De Luca de Infobae, está Kela León, gracias por estar, hasta Argelia Peroso de la UCAP de Venezuela, periodista académica y responsable también de la elaboración del índice de Chapultepec que publica la CIP todos los años durante la Asamblea General. Y agradecer la presencia de participantes un periodista nicaragüense en el exilio, Gerardo Chánchez, está desde Costa Rica, Trujillo, Perú, Boyacá, Colombia, Asunción, Paraguay, Quevedo, Ecuador. Muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros. Pasamos a el panel que debía empezar hace 10 minutos, empezamos un poquito más atrasados, pero voy a, simplemente porque el próximo se va a realizar en inglés, voy a cambiar y voy a presentarlo en inglés, ya que así va a ser moderado y los dos panelistas hablan inglés. It's about lessons, benefits, and challenges of the Online News Act in Canada, an important contrast in the attitudes of Google and Meta. Moderator for this session is Diego Garazzi. Diego, thank you for being here. He's a lawyer, manager of legal affairs at the daily La Nación from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Previously, he was a senior lawyer of Televisión Federal, Telefe. He chairs the Intellectual Property Committee of the Association of Argentine Journalistic Entities, known as ADEPAS for its name in Spanish. He graduated as a lawyer from University of Buenos Aires and later obtained a postgraduate degree in law and economics and a postgraduate degree in business administrations, MBA. Thank you, Diego, very much. Thank you, Paul Deegan and Ryan Am. Diego will be introducing both of you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you very much for your introduction. We have among us Mr. Paul Deegan and Ryan Adam. They are the specialists in this panel called, as Carlos said, Lessons, Benefits, and Challenges of the Online News Act in Canada, Contrast in the Attitudes of Google and Meta. Paul Deegan
is president and CEO of News Media Canada and program director at Deegan Public Strategies in Toronto. He's responsible for media policy advocacy on tax, labor issues, copyright, and privacy issues, among others. And Mr. Ryan Adam is Vice President, Public and Government Relations for Toronto Star, Canada's largest media company. He leads the newspaper's public policy and advocacy efforts across all its platforms. He develops and executes strategic plans to advance the company's interests in influence on issues affecting the media, such as press freedom, digital regulation, and media diversity. He holds a bachelor degree in political science from the University of Alberta. Thank you. Really, thank you very much, Paul Deegan and Ryan Adam, for participating in this panel. And to start the panel and talking about, or the debate, I think that one important thing is to understand why is necessary a law in Canada that regulates the relationship between tech companies and media companies. Paul, do you want to start talking about this issue?
Sure. Thank you so much, Diego. And it's a pleasure being with the Inter-American Press Association again. And thank you to Carlos as well for the invitation. In terms of the need for something like the Online News Act, prior to its introduction and sort of in the lead up to it, Google and Meta, obviously sensed that the government was serious about potential legislation. They started doing deals with media companies, content licensing agreements, essentially. And they did deals with large companies like Torstar, which Ryan is part of. But they were essentially picking winners and losers. So they were doing deals with the large publishers, but not with the small publishers. And that was problematic. The other thing is, in terms of the deals themselves, they were really at the whim of both Google and Meta. So we felt that we needed legislation to make sure that upon renewal, that these deals would in fact be renewed. So that was very important to us. So we pushed the government, publishers pushed the government to introduce something akin to the News Media Bargaining Code in Australia. And from the get-go, what was really important to us was to have mandatory bargaining, collective negotiation, and then an enforcement mechanism like baseball-style final offer arbitration. So that was really the genesis of it.
Okay, thank you. Ryan, do you want to add any comment?
Yeah, and I also want to extend my thanks for the invitation and for being able to participate on the panel. I just echo what Paul has to say around sort of the beginning of this sort of process and journey for us. I think the government took a look at sort of the market and sort of some of the layoffs, as I've heard people on this call discuss, and I hear around the world discuss around shrinking newsrooms and loss of revenue to online tech advertising and things of that nature. And I think that the government came back and said, look, we've got to figure out a way to keep journalism alive because it is essential to our democracy. It is important to local communities and small communities, as Paul has said, as well as large communities like where I'm sitting here in Toronto, the media center of Canada in a lot of ways. But I do think that they were very, very, learned on what had happened in Australia in terms of acknowledging that without the government's presence, there was no guarantee that deals would be struck. There would be no guarantees that content would have value to tech companies in a financial way, rather than a usual, which is you provide us with your content and we provide you with audience type of arrangement. So I do think that the Online News Act formalized, in our case at least, financial deals, but really put some spotlight on the relationship between tech and media and the role that the government could play to sort of keep journalism in Canada alive without having to consistently flood companies with taxpayer funding.
Do you feel comfortable with the role of the government in the negotiation with the tech companies?
To be honest with you, it's a challenge. We cover the government. We hold the government to account. We employ journalists who are representative of a variety of different worldviews, and I'm sure partisan approaches and things of that nature. As Paul will attest, I'm sure folks on this call will attest, we care about the search for the truth. And that's our primary focus at the Toronto Star. So having the government provide us with revenue, tax credits, legislation is tricky. But when you are staring down the prospect of losing 80% of revenue industry-wide in 15, 16 years now, you're talking about existential threat. You're talking about survival. And so to me, government would be my last choice, but it's the only choice left for us in a lot of ways, given that the advertising community is quite enamored with giving millions and billions of dollars to these tech companies for a lot of reasons, not for anything nefarious. I don't mean to imply it there. There's price and there's reach and audience and targeting and all things folks on this call probably understand better than I do. But, you know, I'm certainly glad that our government has stepped up to help. Would I like it to be there all the time? Actually, no. I'd like to see a rebalancing of the playing field, as Paul and I have discussed many times, and you and I have discussed, and other folks have discussed. So I'd like to see proper value for content and a half step back by the government when the industry is kind of rebalanced financially.
Okay, Paul, can you brief a little bit what was the attitude of Meta and Google during, I mean, for me, it's very interesting to understand what was the attitude of Meta and Google during the discussion of the law and also after its implementation?
Sure. Thanks, Diego. So leading up to the law, I had discussions, with a number of executives at these companies, and they obviously didn't want the law. They would rather not be legislated. And my take back to them was very simple. Like, if you want to try to avoid legislation, do a deal with all of our members, all publishers, large and small, right across the country. And they didn't do that. So we felt basically forced to push for legislation. Once the legislation was introduced, it was interesting. There were certainly differences between both Google and Meta. I found Google, even though we weren't speaking to them directly during that period, they were pushing for all sorts of amendments and things in the legislation itself. They had a lot of concerns that they were articulating, and they were having a lot of meetings with government. In Canada, we have a public registry of lobbyists. So every meeting that I have with government, I have to report in a public registry so all can see, and it applies to other businesses as well. So for example, I could see, I may be off on my numbers, but let's say in a year, I would have had over 100 meetings with government. Google was tracking basically more or less in the same range that we were. Meta, if we were having 100 meetings, Meta would have been having, let's say, under 10 meetings an entire year with government, which is kind of shocking given the size of their company. So I think Meta really wasn't interested in this legislation one way or the other. And there was a lot of narrative in Canada that, Meta was, getting out of the news business because of what was going on in Canada. That's ridiculous. I think Meta had made a decision that they were not committed to news corporately. Perhaps they didn't articulate that. On the other hand, Google does want to be a partner with news, and I believe wants to be a good, genuine partner with news businesses. And so once the legislation was passed, there's about a 6-month period where the regulations are developed. In the first draft of the regulations that the government came up with, one of the things was that there was not a ceiling on their economic liability, but rather a floor. It roughly equated to 4% of their Canadian revenue, but it was sort of a complicated formula to get there. In terms of Google, they were obviously concerned with that. They didn't want to have unlimited liability. And we made a decision as a board to endorse Google's position. So we made a strong public statement that said that we agree with Google. And that was certainly a turning point in our own relationship with Google. So that was roughly in September of 2023. And I have to say, since then, Google has been terrific to work with. They've been very straightforward, very forthcoming. We've had excellent dialogue. And we're at a point now where we are able to get with the government after we sent that signal. The government and Google negotiated a number which both parties found reasonable, and we can get into that in a few minutes, but it really changed the nature of the relationship. Whereas Meta, there's essentially no dialogue. They continue to block news in Canada. And if you look at sort of what's happening in Australia, there's really no sign anywhere in the world that I'm aware of now that they're prepared to pay for news on a go-forward basis. So entirely different approaches. We think the Google approach makes much more sense. It's from a corporate social responsibility perspective, we think it's a good approach. And I think it's also in Google's long-term economic interest. News is vital to search. I think it's also important to have on social media platforms. And Meta, in terms of the corporate decision they've made, I think it will ultimately devalue their platform. Without news, trusted fact-based, fact-check news, all you're left with is, kittens and Kardashians and a bunch of fake news.
Thank you, Paul. I must ask Ryan about the position of Google, because I think that he's not so quiet. Agree with Paul, maybe in a line, yes, but maybe he has another point of view regarding the position of Google. Ryan, do you want to add anything?
So first of all, Paul, some people like kittens and Kardashians, so I just have to out myself on that front. But yeah, no, it doesn't. I don't disagree with you that I do have a slightly different position. I do think that Google, as Paul has indicated, has been constructive. I think Paul would be a fair word. They've been constructive. They've been fact-based. They've been legislative-based in their criticisms. I don't feel the same sort of ideological resistance to paying for news that I do from Meta. And to be clear and full in terms of full disclosure, we at the Toronto Star had financial content license agreements with both Meta and Google prior to the passing of the legislation. And now we are only with Google because Meta has decided to just vacate the space altogether. So that being said, I think that Google has disproportionately benefited from having news content on their platform, as Paul has discussed. I do worry a great deal about how Google is changing their search bar and essentially offering our content and our information to the end user or to the user with Google search bar as the end platform, rather than the more traditional flow through, click on our site to read the article, and then that from there are all kinds of advertising and audience pieces. But I mean, it's fairly obvious if you look at the trajectory and success of the journalism industry that when Google and Meta arrived on the scene, the advertising dollars quickly evaporated thereafter. And there's a ton of reasons. I'm not applying anything nefarious to them, but certainly good evidence-based, fact-based journalism done by reporters costs money. And it costs money in salary, it costs money in legal, it costs money in research, it costs money in the office that they work in, it costs money in terms of tech. And when 80% of the revenue is then gobbled up by two or more companies, companies like ours have no choice but to downsize. And so, yeah, I would say while Google has been a productive partner in this C18 conversation, they do bear a lot of responsibility for the shrinking of the industry writ large.
Thank you.
And I offer nothing on Meta because I don't offer much on Meta because I do think, Paul can attest to this. They've had multiple opportunities to participate in standing committees in Parliament. Mark Zuckerberg has been asked to attend hearings for C-18. Now in Canada, we have this online harms bill, which talks about online behavior and updating the legal code in Canada as a result. And each time consistently, they have either ignored the will of Parliament or the invitation, or have basically just decided, you know, that
yes, they have decided to step down the news of its products. That is the point.
And frankly, if I'm being honest, they haven't done a super great job of acting as a publisher in the past. There's been a ton of misinformation and negative repercussions as a result of misinformation spread on Facebook. So maybe they ought to let the professionals handle it with some rigor and some facts, rather than just spread whatever is clickbaity enough to get people's attention. So if they want to advocate the space, I think the revenue that the industry will lose will be a huge issue for us. And certainly our smaller publications, because I work at Torstar, which is an umbrella of multiple companies. We have the large publisher, which is the Star, but we have local and regional and community-based papers, which disproportionately are affected by Facebook traffic and the loss of revenue. But, you know, Facebook as a publisher in the world is got a checkered past.
Yes.
That's all I'll say.
After seeing the consequences of the law, I mean, Meta stepping down the news from Instagram and Facebook, and also, well, the position of Google, and the top of the revenue that was settled by the government agreeing with Google. After that, if you were able to go back in time, what would you change, or what would change in the text of the law?
So in terms of, you know, what we were envisioning from the get-go, which was that we were doing the bargaining in a collective ourselves directly with Google and Meta, obviously that's what we would have preferred. Instead, what happened is Meta bailed out for their own, I think, corporate reasons, nothing really to do with Canada. But in the case of Google, Google basically went to the government and negotiated a deal with the government rather than with news businesses. We would have preferred to have done that on our own. One of the things that was important, Google, I think, basically went to the government, and, you know, the number that they came up with, both parties, was $100 million. That's what they agreed to. The government asked us for a view on the 100 million. And to be honest, we thought that was a light number. But what we were able to get in the regulations was a split enshrined in regulation, which said that the news publishers of the 100 million, which is indexed annually to inflation, and that's all cash, I should add, that we get 63% of the money. The public broadcaster gets 7%, and the other broadcasters get 30%. So without that 63% being enshrined, you know, this deal would not have been acceptable to us. So essentially, the government has negotiated this. We get 63 million as news publishers. It's then divided up on a per capita basis, meaning based on your head count rather than on what you're actually paying your journalist. So in terms of who benefits more in this scenario, the smaller, you know, community newspapers, the weekly newspapers effectively benefit more than the large urban dailies. So for example, within Ryan's business, you know, he's got the Toronto Star, the big urban daily, but then he's got smaller publications as well, where presumably you're paying, you know, at a weekly newspaper, you're paying in a remote area, you're paying, or a rural area perhaps, you're paying less than you're paying the urban journalists. So, you know, I think the big one for us would have been, we would have preferred to have done the negotiating with Google ourselves. At the end of the day, we probably landed on a number that's more or less what we would have been able to get on our own. And just for context, if you look at on the publisher side at least, this should equate to roughly $20,000 per journalist per year. That's better from my perspective, or as good, if not better, than what the New York Times got. The New York Times, if you look at the reporting in the Wall Street Journal of it, at least, the New York Times got roughly $19,000 per journalist. But our understanding is that is not an all cash deal. And again, knowing about some other deals, or at least a general sense of them, typically in licensing deals, it's been roughly, 2/3 cash, 1/3 non-monetary consideration. So I think at the end of the day, we've done quite well by sort of any global yardstick.
And if I could just jump in and agree, I think the biggest, it's not a mistake, it is what it is, but the thing I wish the government had not done was negotiate on our behalf. I think that there was a role here for a free market solution where, and Paul and I have had this conversation offline, but we were casting no aspersions that Google was going to trudge out and negotiate with every publication in Canada, whether it be small, medium, or large. We know that by the time they finished their first year, their second year would be starting in terms of the negotiations. In that case, which is why as large publishers, we pushed for small publications in Canada to be able to collectively negotiate with Google as one entity. So Paul, I don't know, 500 small publishers in Canada would have participated in a collective, which then could have negotiated on a one-to-one basis with Google and Meta, and then apportion this sort of per journalist dollar amount, which Paul has alluded to. So I do think that the government folded a bit to Google because Google, as they are now doing in California and as they're doing in other places, threatened to remove news from search, which I think, as Paul said, would dramatically devalue their platforms. But I do think the government sort of said, let's find a reasonable middle here. And the other thing I would have changed just honestly and transparently, and Paul alluded to it a bit as well, is I would like it to be based on a percentage of newsroom costs in terms of how the allotment necessarily could work in terms of dividing up the 63%, as Paul said, versus a per journalist fee, because as Paul has alluded to, if you make $80,000 and you live in Toronto as a journalist, $20,000 has a different impact than if you make $40,000 and you live in a more affordable place to live. So either way, though, from our perspective, we're okay with the per journalist piece, because it will hopefully inspire the hiring of more journalists as an industry, which has been battered and bruised by 15 years of essentially giving their content away for free. So we're okay with that. But the one other thing I would raise that hasn't been talked about yet, and I think is pretty important, is in Australia, we're seeing Google and Meta paying for first deals, but not necessarily renewing those deals. And so at the Toronto Star, one of our biggest reasons for supporting this legislation was the idea that without a backstop, without the government presence in the conversation, that they would do what they've shown to be doing in Australia, which is sign 1 3-year deal or 5-year deal or whatever it is. And
it's an obligation. There in Canada, it's an obligation that go on and go on with no stopping at any time. Okay, that is a great difference between what is happening around the world. Yes.
Yeah, because we're talking essentially, my friend, about the long-term health of the industry. And so a 3-year boost, a 2-year boost, a 1-year boost, that's not enough, certainly, to overcome the challenges we've all experienced in the last 15 years and the challenges to come with things like AI and other things that have been discussed on this call previous. But we were looking for a long-term leveling of the playing field as a result of this legislation. I think we took a progressive step. We took a positive step in that direction, but still more work to do.
You know that the information that came down to Argentina, very down here in the south, is that one of the fears of Google is in Canada during the discussion of the law was how to decide which is a media company that has rights to receive money from Google. And they talk about they don't have a ceiling, the top. They can't reach the top. They don't know about the top of the money they can spend or they will be spending. So how do you decide which is a media company with rights to receive money from the tech companies?
So in the legislation itself, it enumerates a definition around a news outlet, and it's largely mirrored on the definition to get the tax credits in Canada. So you have to cover democratic institutions, for example. You can't be not to pick on the Kardashians again, but you can't be sort of a lifestyle publication that's just writing about, Kardashians and where Drake had dinner last night and stuff like that. It's got to be covering, if you think of sort of, the cops, city hall, the courts, things like that. So it's general interest. It's also got to be original news content. So the definition in the legislation itself is it's not perfectly clear, but I think it's fairly clear. And it will be the job of the collective then that will be formed in terms of distributing this money to look at the legislation, look at the regulations, and make sure that it's legitimate publishers that are receiving the money. So it's got to be that general interest news that's covering democratic institutions and things like that.
So for example, I'm sorry, Ryan, it's a question for you. For example, if the Toronto Star has another publication just with the topic of sports, you will be able to receive money just for the Toronto Star, but not for the publication with the topic exclusively of sport. Is something like that? That works like that?
So the qualifications, Paul, just if I may say, produce news content of public interest, which is exactly what you talked about, covering democratic institutions, employ one or more journalists, operate in Canada, which makes sense, follows a code of ethics, which I think is pretty undervalued in this world right now. I think I heard on a previous piece of this, you have now influencers presenting themselves as journalists and, not doing things like fact checking or double sourcing or things that people require. And then, produce news that is not industry specific. So we are going to be asked by Paul and Google and others, the government, to identify the number of journalists we have working at, for example, at this Toronto Star, we have a publication called The Kit. It's a female-focused sort of fashion, cosmetic, all of that sort of industry. I'm assuming that those journalists are not necessarily going to be covered in the same way because it is the Online News Act and it's got to be production of news that is at the central focus there. I will say though, advertising dollars are much easier to procure in those industry specific areas. If you're producing a golf magazine or some sort of lifestyle magazine, there are buckets of advertising revenue, both online and otherwise, that are generally available. So for us as a publication, that won't be as high a concern because those are fairly high profit margin areas for us. And the advertising dollars are available. What gets us into trouble, honestly, is when you have a reporter whose job it is to cover City Hall or the police or something that's of important value to our communities and to democracy, but it is, let's call it, not as advertising friendly, meaning, you don't want to put your ad for your company next to an article about a murder, for example. That to me is where we have a real argument to be made that this content has true value to democracy, and certainly it drives clicks and audience for Google. And so we're perfectly okay accepting money from Google to pay a percentage of that journalist's salary moving forward. So to answer your question, Diego, industry specific, in my interpretation of the new bill, not applicable. Paul, would you agree to that?
Yeah, 100%.
Great. In a few minutes, I will open the panel to questions for the people who is attending. I have two more questions for Paul and Ryan. And one is, what is the similarities do you find between the process, what is happening right now in California with the threatening by Meta of blocking news access in Instagram and Facebook, with what happened in Canada in the same range of time?
So, sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say, I've been to California and spoken in front of their legislatures and their Senate. And I did say during one of my testimonies, it felt like I was coming to them from the future, because it was so similar. The conversations that were taking place, like publishers being incentivized to modernize and emerge on new platforms, and all of this conversation existentially about how the industry can pivot to survive. And yet, listen, this is a market failure. This is a loss of 80% of revenue in terms of advertising, when over a very short amount of time, I would find it difficult to have any industry that would survive that. And so in California specifically, like, there's some very similar things, Paul, I'm sure you would agree, in terms of what they're doing. And so they have certain news media publications who are saying charging Google money will break the internet. There's complaints about link taxes, which, you know, we could dive into deeper if you want. There's the age-old, my favorite one, which is, well, Google and Meta provide these publishers with so much value as a return on their, you know, showcasing in their platforms, that how could these companies not be making money? Like, we're providing so much more audience as a result of when you Google the Toronto Star on Google, it goes back to the publisher. But, you know, I do think that as legislators in California have watched and learned what's happened in Canada, so have Google and Meta. And so I do think ultimately where they will land is, hopefully for the industry there, a similar resolution as we had in Canada, which is a dollar amount that is acceptable to both parties, that can ultimately be used to fortify that industry. Again, Paul, all bets are off on Meta. Who knows whether they're in news anytime soon here. But I do think, you know, it's extremely similar with the threats to take down news and all of the various theatrics that are being undertaken. It's all going to come down to Google at the last minute sitting with government saying, this is a number we can deal with, and the government saying yes or no. I don't know, Paul, if you have a different interpretation on that.
Yeah. So in California with Meta, I mean, I don't see them paying for news. I don't see them paying for news anywhere unless there's a really serious change of thought at the top of the house at Meta. With Google, I am confident that they'll be able to, that between themselves and the California legislators, they'll be able to come up with a compromise that's fair to all parties. And I think that's the key. You know, any legislation or regulation, it's got to be fair, balanced, and predictable for both sides. So, you know, we're hopeful that there'll be something acceptable for California news publishers from Google. And then, frankly, I think, you know, looking more broadly in the United States, they've got the JCPA, which they're trying to advance in Congress, which has had, you know, some traction problems. But I think also, you know, throughout the Americas, this is really important. You know, we really need sort of, you know, legislation like we've got in Canada, I think from sort of, you know, the tip of northern Canada down to Chile and Argentina. This is very important. Your journalists do terrific work, and you should be paid fairly for the work that your journalists do.
Sure.
Diego,
yes, sure.
One last point on
sure.
Because my Spanish isn't very good, but I think there's a question in the chat about other platforms. And when we say Meta is getting out of news, I think, Paul, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think we're talking about Facebook in that regard. But if you look at Instagram, you look at Threads specifically, there is a ton of news content that is shared on Threads. So I think Meta, and I think the government is onto this now, is being a bit cute with how they're classifying their leaving of the space with respect to news. Now, the Online News Act has some fairly specific traffic and revenue qualifications for individual platforms to be compelled to pay. I think, Paul, it's $1 billion or more in revenue in a calendar year and 20 million users a month on these platforms. But when you think about the rise of TikTok, when you think about the rise of Threads, when you think about Twitter or X or whatever Elon's pet project is called these days, when you think about all of those platforms where news is showcased, eventually, if the audience grows large enough there in Canada, they will be also compelled to pay as per this legislation. And so I think, to give the government some credit, they didn't just lock in 2024 to a Facebook and Meta or a Facebook and Google conversation here. They're also setting the parameters for if there's emerging tech platforms down the road 5, 10, 15 years from now that are dominating the news space in the same way that Facebook and Google are now, those platforms will also be captured. So when we say Meta is leaving news, I always get a bit of a smirk on my face because Threads is just basically a copy of Twitter, which is where every journalist hangs out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I should clarify Meta getting out of paying for news.
Yeah, right.
Paul, as CEO of News Media Canada, are you thinking about taking to trial to Meta for blocking the news there in Canada?
Yeah, so we filed a complaint along with the public broadcaster and the private broadcaster group, a complaint with our Competition Bureau. We'll see where that goes. I know the government also has powers under our legislation should news be made available online and through social channels. They can go after Meta. So we'll see where this goes. But at this point, we would encourage our Competition Bureau to do everything they can, just given Meta's dominant position in the social marketplace.
Thank you, Paul. I have another question from Argentina. Also, Andres de Alessandro asks, if you were working in a legal reform that includes the artificial intelligence generative bots and all this, yes, this intelligent artificial intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check the question better. Yes, but that the inquiry is if the Canadian law includes the artificial intelligence problem regarding the use of media content to train its bots, and if not, if you were working on this problem.
Yeah, so I have some experience in the AI space. I worked at an AI company previous to my job here, and first principle of AI is garbage in, garbage out. If you don't put in high quality, fact-based content to any algorithm, it will largely be useless in a lot of ways. And so applying that to my job now here at the Toronto Star, we are, just to tie the two conversations together, we are looking to pursue a legal avenue against Meta moving forward, as well as working on conversations in the AI space to apply market value to our content, where we are working collaboratively with our friends in the United States and other places where, they are having these similar conversations. There's a New York Times conversation going on. There are other places in other corners of the world where, we are collectively struggling to assign true market value for this content. I do think that, again, this goes back to the first principle of journalism, which is that the truth has value and our content has value. And yet we're still going to be blown away, I believe, with the overall impact of AI on our society just writ large, but then how disruptive it will be in our industry as well. We are grappling with that every single day. So you'll probably have other people coming on later on who could speak about this more eloquently than I can. But Paul, I'm sure you would agree that our industry is extremely concerned about AI and the disruption.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've obviously looked very closely, just back to your previous panel, at what AP and Axel Springer have done, talking with publishers who are negotiating. And I think, this is one where if these companies do not do deals with publishers, I think, the next step is legislation and regulation. So I think it's, one of the lessons perhaps for them looking at the Online News Act is to see what happens. So we're hopeful that they will do deals with publishers, both large and small.
Thank you. Well, I have here a really interesting question by Jose Alfredo Arnon Morales, who asks if the Online News Act in Canada will be a precedent to legislate in the same sense in the United States and in the rest of the continent.
I think it's interesting. I see we've got Danielle has just joined, and
yes, sure. How, Danielle?
Perfect timing. Yeah, our Online News Act and the JCPA are not identical, but they're similar enough. And I think this does send a signal to legislators in the United States about the value of news and the importance of these platforms paying for news.
I think that
yes, right.
Advertising-wise, the United States is the crown jewel for most of these companies, and I think that's where the fight will be hardest against this type of legislation. Certainly, you're seeing it in California. You're seeing it in other places. I don't know if you would agree with this sentiment, Paul, but I do think that our proximity to the United States led to Meta specifically taking a more bare-knuckled, tougher approach to cause some questions in California and other places. But frankly, I do hope that this type of legislation does move around the world, because this is an industry-wide issue, and I do think that we are going to wake up in a world someday without journalism if we're not careful, and I think we'll all really regret that. And real journalism, as we've discussed, and real journalistic content costs money. So I'm hoping that governments in a limited capacity will follow suit with Canada. And frankly, I hope that Google and Meta recognize their value in this conversation as well, and embrace their role as an active participant in our democracy, and act as good faith actors. I don't always subscribe to this idea that we need to think of them as enemies. They are partners in a lot of ways. We're just acting them to compensate our partnership appropriately.
And I have to say, in Canada, Andrew Wicken, who's the head of Google News Partnerships for Canada, he's been terrific to work with. He's been great, and we look forward to a long, productive relationship with Google for many years to come. And our message to Meta would be, get in the game. News is good for your platform, so engage. And but we want to make sure that we're paid fairly for the content that our journalists produce.
Maybe this. What I will say is for another panel, but maybe Daniel want to talk about a little bit about what is the situation of the legislation there in the United States. Daniel?
I don't want to go too much into it because Paul and Ryan are very good friends. We work together very well, and I can't say I was as ecstatic as they were when the Online News Act passed, but I was pretty darn happy. So I don't want to infringe on their panel. So all I'll say right now is, and I'll go into it, I believe, in a few minutes we're going to start. I'll just say that it's imminent.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Carlos Jornet, do you want to add something? I read in the chat that you want to say something about this.
No, gracias, Diego. Justamente voy a participar en el próximo panel.
In the next panel, okay.
Moderando, así que.
Okay, thank you very much.
Gracias.
If there is no other question, Carlos, I give you back the leading of
Alejandro
the
Aguirre
panel.
tiene la mano levantada, Diego.
Sí, Alejandro Aguirre tiene la mano levantada. Alejandro, adelante. Sí.
Okay, perdón.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I have a question for Ryan and Paul. Ryan, you finished your presentation saying that you were hoping that in time when things get more stabilized, the government will take half a step back, and I was wondering what you meant by that and what that would look like. And Paul, I wanted to ask you if this law could be tied or used with other laws to deal with content restrictions, and part of that, believe it or not, actually came out of the Kardashian comments, because one of the big issues is always what is news and what's not news, and that's not always a universal concept.
Paul, I might as well go quickly at the beginning. Thanks very much for the question. I think I'd like to get the industry to get us to a place where government intervention is no longer required, where the content we produce, the world-class journalism that we produce, is compensated at an appropriate amount that allows us to sort of operate our business without the existentialist need for government revenue or taxpayer funding. That's, to me, where I think we would like to get to. Like, I do think that having the baseball arbitration backstop is enough for us to negotiate our own deals. That being said, the government has put a financial liability cap on it on our behalf, which, again, I've said I'm not a super fan of, but it is what it is. So that's what I meant by having the government take a half step back, because I do think we have to all acknowledge that for journalists, it is an uncomfortable conversation to have when someone that you are trying to hold to account is also someone who is providing your industry or your company with revenue. It is an unnatural sort of relationship. And so to me, I would like to see the playing field leveled in a way that provides commercial terms for everyone's success, rather than government sort of safety nets and things of that nature. I do believe there is a role for commercial journalism to succeed if content is priced fairly. I hope that answers your question.
And in terms of, Alejandro, our legislation, working with other legislation in Canada, obviously with this, we've got an exemption from our Competition Act in terms of our ability to come together. The government has also introduced online harms legislation, so we'll have to see where that one goes. But I think it's on sort of, what is a journalist? I think we've got a fair degree, or what is journalism? I think we've got a fair degree of specificity in our legislation. And really, the goal of this legislation is to make sure that there's more investment in journalism. There's been far too much cutting over the last 15 years or so. And it's really, we see this legislation as sort of arresting all of the cutting and then reinvesting in journalism. And there's some other stuff that's happened in Canada at the same time. One is on the labor tax credit, which we've referred to. It used to be a 25% refundable labor tax credit. That's been increased to 35%. And the salary cap on that has gone up from $50,000 to $85,000. So, things like that are attractive and are making investment in journalism more attractive. So we're really hoping that between the support from Google, the content licensing under the Online News Act, and the federal labor tax credits, that we've got people reinvesting in content, because ultimately that's what's going to drive subscription revenue. And as you look at sort of advertising revenue generally just going down, we need, I think not all publishers are going to offer a subscription model, but I think for many, that is an important vehicle. And so the only way to drive subscription revenue is to invest in high quality content.
Carlos, we have one hand up more, that is Jaime Mantilla. I think that we have 2 or 3, 4 more minutes to hear Jaime.
Yes, we can listen to Jaime, and then we'll give the other panelists are here, so we would like to start as soon as possible. Thank you.
Gracias, muchísimas gracias. Unas simples observaciones. Estoy totalmente de acuerdo con muchas de las expresiones de Ryan, pero yo quisiera que recordemos algunos inicios del periodismo, cómo lo hemos aprendido a través de los años. Se decía que los periódicos tenían que tener un muro, una separación gigantesca entre ventas y la redacción. ¿Por qué se decía eso? Porque lo que se supone es que la redacción, el periódico, sea absolutamente libre e independiente de grupos políticos, sociales, económicos o gubernamentales. En esa forma, los de venta se movían a vender y en la redacción libremente buscábamos la verdad a fin de ganar justamente público lector. Es decir, el público no viene porque hagamos promoción. El público viene porque confía en el medio. Y la confianza es por la libertad, por la independencia, por la búsqueda permanente de la verdad en contexto. En ese sentido, a mí me preocupa muchísimo que, dada la situación que están los medios, se estén buscando formas de, entre comillas, disimular el ingreso de esos poderes de los gobiernos, que es lo más peligroso a mi concepto, en la influencia de los medios. Eso va a restar indudablemente visitantes o lectores del medio. Yo insistiría que la labor tanto de la Sociedad Interamericana de Prensa como todas las organizaciones, a lo menos en América Latina, tengan que estar dada en la búsqueda de soluciones económicas sin violar los principios estos de libertad, independencia de grupos de cualquier tipo. Gracias.
Thank you, Jaime. What is saying Jaime is something similar to what Rosendo Villavicencio said in the chat. He says that the ethic code must be above of the economic issue. Should be the first point for the media to comply.
And Diego, that's
sure.
I'm in complete agreement. That's why these are, and the law was intended to facilitate commercial arrangements between tech and publishers without government intervention. And so I am in complete agreement with everything the questioner said about it is an uncomfortable, unnatural relationship to have government involved in journalism in any way. It's just we're in a particularly disruptive and troubling moment here where we're staring down the barrel of losing it all. So that's why I believe the backstop is good to have, but we certainly don't want, and I'm sure Google and others don't want government playing around in the negotiation moving forward.
Well, Paul, Ryan, for me, it was a pleasure to moderate this panel. It was really clear and very, very interesting for me, and I think for the rest of the attending people here. So, Carlos, I give you back. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Paul, again. Give you back the leading of this panel. Carlos, all yours.
Thanks, Diego.
Thank you, Diego. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Ryan. Really great conversation. Thank you very much. Antes de pasar al próximo panel, simplemente reconocer la presencia del presidente de la CIP, Roberto Rock, acá con nosotros, también de Jorge Canaguati desde Honduras. Hola Jorge, un gusto saludarte. Expresidente de la CIP. ¿Cómo estás, Jorge? Gracias por estar. También reconocer la presencia de Rodrigo Bonilla, quien lidera el equipo de Google para alianzas de noticias para Hispanoamérica, desde México. Un gusto, Rodrigo, y acompañado por Alejandra Brambila, que trabaja con él en Ciudad de México. Gracias por estar. Y también he visto en el público a Adrián Pino, director del proyecto Desconfío. De paso, anunciar que con Proyecto Desconfío la CIP organiza ya desde hace 3 años la cumbre global sobre la desinformación, una actividad que también, de la que también participa la Fundación para el Periodismo de Bolivia, ¿no? Es una conferencia en formato virtual, está prevista y pronto Adrián dará el anuncio para el mes de septiembre, la tercera semana de septiembre. El año pasado ya tuvimos participantes de 50 países para tratar un tema súper importante como la desinformación. Ya que estamos con los panelistas y pasados de tiempo, voy a presentar al moderador del próximo panel, que se titula Un ecosistema de medios sostenibles y diversos, proyectos de ley. ¿Cuánto deberían pagar las empresas tecnológicas por los contenidos que distribuyen? Carlos Jornet, presidente de la Comisión de Libertad de Prensa e Información de la CIP, es quien moderará el panel. Carlos es director periodístico de uno de los diarios líderes de la Argentina, La Voz del Interior de Córdoba. Fue presidente de la Asociación de Entidades Periodísticas Argentinas, de ADEPA. Es abogado, licenciado en Ciencias de la Información y magíster en Dirección de Empresas, autor del libro de texto Gestión Periodística. Un gusto, Carlos, gracias y adelante. Carlos Jornet.
Thank you. Hi, Daniel. Hi, Harris. I'm sorry, but I is going to speak in Spanish. You can use the translation. Okay. Daniel Coffey es presidenta, consejera delegada de News Media Alliance. Yes. Sorry, please.
The interpretation is going over your words, but I
Yes,
think
yes.
you're asking me to begin, which I'm happy to.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Carlos, and also Carlos Loria. It's very nice of you to have me. We've had initial conversations about continuing our work together. I've always really enjoyed the relationship with IAPA and everything that the organization has done. And as always, appreciate being included in this important conversation around the future of quality journalism that is a global issue. And I do believe that working together and working as a united global front, as I have also with Ryan and Paul, as well as our Australian partners, I was very impressed by the coordination that I saw globally as the Canadians undertook their effort. And I just look forward to that continuing, because I do believe that we are stronger together. The News Media Alliance has been working hard on advocating for the business aspects of our news magazine to keep newsrooms open and to keep journalists employed. What we produce is, as an industry, is incredibly valuable to communities, to society, to democracy, and it's worth every ounce of effort. I do believe that we should adhere to our principles and our mission, and that if we can monetize our content, we can control our own fate, regardless of platform, distributor, medium, or whatever new technology comes our way. But to do that, we first have to change the trajectory and focus on the compensation legislation from big tech, similar to what you just discussed, the Online News Act. Here in the US, it's known as the JCPA in our federal Congress, in the US Congress, that's led by Senators Klobuchar and Kennedy. But there are also, as you heard, bills pending in California, Illinois, New York, and many other states are exploring launching legislation as well. In California, that will be the most imminent development because Assembly Member Buffy Wicks is leading legislation that would require compensation from big tech to news publishers. As Paul said, it does look a lot, and even more so every day, like the Online News Act. But what happened was, because it's so promising, it had a near unanimous, only a few members that get voted against in the Assembly, the first chamber that the bill goes through. In the Senate, it's pending, and they have the votes to pass it, and therefore the big tech platforms are frightened, understandably. And in typical form, like they've done in other countries, Google decided to announce that they were withholding access to news in California as a response to the legislation. And they were very open about why. They were doing it as a business decision. It was a negotiation tactic that we've seen, and it backfired again. The Senate president in particular is outraged, and will be pulling Google before the California state legislature to explore withholding critical information from California citizens because of a business dispute. This has never happened in the United States. And so there's current pending litigation from the Department of Justice, the FTC, as well as the California State AG, on the monopoly practices of Google. So this was an interesting strategic decision on their part. We've alerted the DOJ, California AG, and the FTC to these actions so that they can investigate and incorporate these activities into their current lawsuit, which the remedy is to break up this company, which is closing out in May. So the timing of this tactic was very interesting. I would venture to say ill-advised. Assemblymember Buffy Wicks continues to forge ahead with her legislation, which is on track to move forward in June, and now may be accelerated because of what Google has done here. The legislation has been amended to pay out per journalist, like Canada. So we're borrowing from our brethren, and when we see things go well. And so it has been changed to pay out equally per journalist. It will also steer the funds towards small publications in a similar but different way than Canada did. And it will limit the benefit to California. Negotiations, like I said, are underway, and we hope to achieve even more to heighten the precedent and the amazing job that Canada's already done of $21,000 per journalist that they should be receiving. I was very impressed with their fight, and we hope to set the bar even higher. This payment will be annual and in perpetuity. We must be paid the fair market value of our content. That's a must. Big tech will continue to fight vehemently. They will try to get their payment as low as possible. We know this. Facebook may very well want to get out of the news business entirely. They have never much enjoyed the label of being an accurate source of news and information. It's something that they see as a burden. On the other hand, Google still purports to provide open access. I'm putting it in quotes because it's on their website. Open access to the world's information. Now they'll have to add a note that says, unless it's information about the world that we've stolen and that we don't want to pay for. It's the ultimate taking your toys out of the sandbox and going home. Next, what we'll see is they'll mobilize their small funded local publications that Google funds to claim catastrophe and that the sky is falling and that the legislation is harming the very people intended to benefit. Same playbook. We've seen it before. We'll continue to fight. While I'm with you, I would mention another priority effort we've undertaken related to artificial intelligence, or GAI. We see this as an existential threat to our industry. It's an exacerbation. It builds upon the existing problem of news publishers not receiving the fair market value for our content. In this case, it's copyright protected content. AI developers are vacuuming our content up to train their models and produce outputs, which also competes with our product, and it quite literally could eviscerate our industry. We've written a white paper on this topic and the unlawful and uncompensated use of our content. And I would also say that in this case, local news is particularly valuable because it has, we have companies with rich archives over hundreds of years that cover our nation's history that no one else has access to. There's a market there. We sell it, we license it today. So another party taking it for free is particularly egregious. The most concerning activity, however, is something called RAG. It's retrieval augmented generation. It's also called grounding sometimes. And all it is those are fancy words, meaning the LLMs, these AI developers, are now taking our real-time content from search. So they're reporting on today's stories, which is directly competitive with what we do. It is actually exactly what we do. There's no business model for us in that structure. Users will not click through, and we will not monetize our content. We are exploring litigation. We've created a collective voluntary licensing framework, like music, for all to participate. We're crafting legislation that would address this unjust misappropriation of our content and give our publishers tools to fight back. And other issues that we're covering include the Press Act that would protect journalists. That was just unanimously passed by the House, now pending in the Senate. A comprehensive privacy legislation was just introduced, among other issues, and also in the states across the country to make sure that all of our members are protected in all of the states, so that we can ensure that that laws don't impact their bottom lines, so that they can keep newsrooms open. I've enjoyed our relationship with IAPA because we're stronger together. We can only achieve great results when we're aligned. Divide and conquer is not a strategy. Our adversaries know that that's what makes us weaker. I do value what we provide as a country, to the country and to society, and I look forward to continuing our good work together. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Daniel. Ya vamos a pasar con Haris para hablar justamente sobre cuánto deberían pagar las plataformas a los editores estadounidenses. Ya está con nosotros Martín Echevers, que es el moderador titular de esta conferencia. Pero antes te quería consultar, Daniel, porque mencionaste a los medios más pequeños de California, y te quería consultar porque hay otras asociaciones de editores como Lion que han salido a respaldar la posición de Google, mencionando aportes crecientes a través de programas de capacitación, de mentoreo, que representaron para cada medio asociado un promedio, dicen, de unos $130.000 en 2023, y que hay otros programas para editores de medios más pequeños. ¿Qué conoces de eso? ¿Cuál es tu posición al respecto? Porque es una de las disputas que hay en California en estos momentos.
Thank you for that question. When I referred to the small outlets that are funded by Google, it's predominantly Lion that I was referring to, and they disclose that they receive Google funding. So what we've seen in the past is that when legislation that would benefit publishers, news publishers, and in a way that it doesn't today, particularly small news publications. My larger publications have enough leverage in some cases not to get paid the fair market value, because with a monopoly, that's just not possible. But they'll be paid something. But the small publications are really those who are left behind. That's really the intended beneficiary of the legislation. Those who aren't paid today should get their fair market value. Everyone should. And so I understand how it's confusing that small publications would say that funds would hurt them. But if you look at their funding sources, which they disclose freely, it helps to explain that anomaly, that it helps to explain that confusion. And I will commend Lion for Chris Newsom is their president, and he has directed his or recommended to his membership to identify themselves as a Lion member when they oppose the legislation, so that legislators are aware that this is a Google funded operation. And so I will give him credit for that disclosure.
Gracias, Daniel. Bueno, para dejarle armado el panel a Martín, voy a presentar a Harris Martin, que es profesor adjunto de finanzas en el City Bauer College of Business de la Universidad de Houston, en Texas, y que lo más importante para esta charla es que junto a Anya Schifrin de la Universidad de Columbia, a Harris Tabakovich y Patrick Holder, ambos del Bartle Group, es coautor de un ensayo en el que estimaron cuánto deberían pagar Google y Meta a los medios estadounidenses por el uso comercial de los contenidos que estos generan. Para nosotros, desde la CIP, intentar precisar el valor que aportamos los medios de comunicación en el entorno digital y en especial al negocio de las plataformas globales, no implica confrontar, sino buscar bases bien fundadas de argumentos sólidos para una negociación razonable entre ambas partes, ¿no? Nuestra declaración de Salta sobre libertad de expresión en el mundo digital justamente dice que los actores del ecosistema digital deben lograr un balance adecuado entre libertad de expresión, los derechos de autor y la propiedad intelectual. Y para hacerlo, la mejor vía es el diálogo, la cooperación y el equilibrio, si se da en buena hora. Si no, bueno, habrá que buscar otras alternativas. Pero para eso te pregunto, Harry, ¿cuál es la metodología que han utilizado ustedes para poder llegar a esta conclusión de que los medios estadounidenses deberían estar recibiendo unos 14.000 millones de dólares por año en función de los contenidos que generan y que las plataformas utilizan?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. In fact, what I did was that because I'm an economist, I decided to make some slides. So I'll share some slides while I talk about the exact question that you've posed to me. So can you see my slides?
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. So the whole idea behind what should be the value of news to publishers, to platforms, proceeds through what I like to call sound economic logic. I'm an economist, and the way I'll go about is we've already discussed bargaining codes. I think we've already had good discussions on the Australian example. Canada, we just heard from Paul. Indonesia, interestingly, has passed a regulation of presidential decree recently, and Danielle is the expert on what's happening in the US. We've also been part of the South African hearings. So let me jump to the question that you've asked me, which is how to value news, right? And I want to start that by saying that you could use the same methodology that we used in our paper that was focused on the US. The same methodology, and you could apply that to countries in Latin America. And this is just using the same set of assumptions, same set of parameters. And you can see the calculations were very kindly done by Professor Jean-Hugues Roy. So it's in the European style. So the commas mean decimals, as we like to say it. So what it says is that what Google owes Latin America and the Caribbean countries is $1.4 trillion, right? And you can see that depending on the size of the economy, depending on the size of different countries, the respective amounts that are owed to different countries. So how did we come to this? Why does whenever we come to such numbers, in fact, when we came to $14 billion, us as authors, us as economists, we got scared by the numbers initially, because anything and everything that we know about current negotiations suggests that what Google and Facebook and Meta are paying is well below this number, right? So what's the big idea, right? There are two big principles behind valuing news on platforms. And it's the first one is what we economists like to call surplus value, which basically means that if two parties come together in a transaction, they produce value that is more than what they would produce in isolation, right? So Google and Meta are fond, and Google especially are fond of telling news publishers how platforms provide, this wonderful channel where they can post their links, and these links then get click-throughs, and it's one form of distributing news content. And the argument then is that you should be grateful because we're giving you another channel for distribution. But what this often misses, and that's what we tried to bring out in the paper as clearly as possible, was that for platforms, news media is extremely critical, especially for something like Google search. Can you imagine a lot of your Google search being without news content? And we'll come to AI later, because AI is just going to be combining the content produced by news websites. But it's very difficult imagining a search platform not having news content. And the counter argument that we often receive is, but we don't monetize so much of the news content that's there, where there are very few ads. But that completely misses the point. The idea is that when news content is present on a platform like Google Search, I know that it's a rich source of information. I know that it's a source of information that's current, that's diverse, that's changing over time, and that gives me a massive amount of trust in what Google is giving me, because it's coming from good sources, from credible sources that put in money to produce this content. And it also gives me a very valuable thing of habit. Habit and trust are extremely important in platform economies, because what they ensure is that once I become used to looking for stuff on Google, maybe the habit being formed because of the rich content that comes from news, it's very likely that I will be using Google for other things also, including commercial content, including content that is extremely monetizable directly, right? And so that's the basic idea that we try to bring out in our paper, and we've been talking about this for months now to so many people. It's solid economic logic. I'd also like to say that there are many other benefits apart from just this trust and habit thing, which is huge. A base of users on Google that uses search in general also gives Google a lot of data about user behavior that even if it does not track individually, it can use with some amount of aggregation to further optimize their algorithms, right? So if all of this is there, why don't they pay? And I think everyone in this room and in the audience knows about this. There's a lot of market power, and market power not only in terms of them having them being huge companies. They have huge network effects, which means that advertisers, if I'm an advertiser and I'm thinking about posting my content, my advertising on Google versus a downstream platform like a news agency, I know that there's a lot more people viewing the Google search platform. There's just a lot of market power that just comes about because of the structure of the market. The second big idea in this is that surplus should be split fairly. There are many methods of saying once I get to a number of which is the value of news to say Google or Facebook, how do I split this number, right? And what we do is, here we depend on more than 50 years of rich economic theory, starting with John Nash in the 1950s. You may have seen the movie A Beautiful Mind. It's basically following from that logic, which has stood the test of time. So just to drive home this point, if I search for Ukraine on the Google search bar, I don't write Ukraine news. I don't write Ukraine Washington Post, Ukraine Los Angeles Times. I just write Ukraine on the search bar. The first few results that I get are almost always, I mean, with respect of Ukraine, you'll always get news results. But think about a lot of other things that you also search for. I heard this interesting discussion about just before the session about how you define news. News can be not only politics, it can also be entertainment, it can be about sports. This is all content that is extremely valuable and costly to make, that Google would throw up without us asking ever for the term news, right? And this sort of goes to what Google often claims, and when we talk to publishers across the world, that Google claims that only 2% of news searches are related to news. They never tell us how they define this definition of news searches, because it seems from other studies and also just anecdotally, it seems absurd, if I may say so, that only 2% of my search behavior on Google is related to news content. A similar logic applies to Facebook, but it is a different logic. It's about the kind of engagement that I have with the platform because my friends are discussing news items, news stories. Arguably, there is more flexibility that Facebook has with respect to whether it wants to allow this content there or not. But you can also, using a different set of assumptions, calculate the amount that is owed. Just to put this in context, advertising revenue as a percentage of GDP you see this across many papers, falls precipitously in the United States when Google becomes the default search engine, and then when Facebook becomes a more general platform open to other colleges and universities initially, and then to the entire country. And one argument that we often hear from people is that, maybe news isn't as popular anymore. And survey after survey shows that news is being consumed. It's just that the channels through which they're being consumed has changed. In particular, as you can see, this is from Pew Research. A lot of consumption just takes place from search and social media. A lot of it obviously takes place from news websites. So this idea or this argument that news consumption is falling is not borne out by data. And if anything, it's changed to digital platforms. And that's, again, where market power problems come into play. There are three components of our methodology. I won't get into the details right now, but essentially you start off with the relevant advertising revenue for the platform in the country that you're looking at. This can be obtained from company filings. We're happy to help out. As I showed you in the first slide, we've been calculating this for many, many countries. Then what you do once you have all the advertising revenue that's relevant, you want to calculate the share that is attributable to news content. For this, we use state-of-the-art studies. For Google, for example, we use a study that was done by Fair Research in Switzerland. But then we tinker with their assumptions also to show the robustness of our findings. On the Facebook side, we use a very famous paper that was published in the American Economic Review. Once you get the amount of money, so you had all the money that they're making from advertising, then you get the money that they're making from news content, and then you want to split this, right? And for splitting this, we rely on both economic theory and historical benchmarks, and we get to a number of $13 billion or $14 billion, as you were asking me. What I'd also like to point out is that we made an app so that you could do it yourself. The QR code, if you scan this QR code right now, it'll take you to the app on your mobile phone or on your device. If you're not happy or satisfied with the assumptions we take, for example, we assume that 13% of time that people spend on Facebook is on news. You might not be happy with that, make that 5%. Similarly, for a fraction of news demand on Google, you might not be satisfied with 35%, make that 20%. Change the share of revenue that you want to split between the publishers and platforms, you'll get to a number. Invariably, whatever you do, you will get to a number that is far in excess of anything that the platforms have agreed to, or in the US or in Latin America or the rest of the world. So I encourage you to use that. there are many questions that we could have, and I often think of these questions as being trying to muddy the argument, but they're really not. People talk about subscription revenue. It's easy to offset that. There's no comparison between the revenues that the platforms make versus subscription revenues. There are questions about platforms reducing news content related to it relates to substitution patterns. So we had this interesting point, I think, made by Ryan that because Canada was proximate to the US case, they had to push as much as possible. But it's also applicable in Latin America, for example, where there are many publishers that produce Spanish language content. And so they could try to arm twist some publishers because they can't substitute away to others. So we can, there are all these different insights that come into this. Obviously, a law would make all these problems much less problematic. I have not talked about the threat posed by AI, but there is a threat posed by AI. The interesting thing here is that the attribution task is extremely difficult now. Tech companies are in an arms race to get more data. The models that they use in generative AI, transformer models, do not easily allow attribution, right? So it's very difficult to say whether this story came from the following source or not. But there are some guiding principles even here, and we're working on valuing news, and I talk about that in a slide. One obvious insight is that they cannot produce good output without having good input, right? No large language model, no generative AI model on the planet can produce output about current affairs, whether that be about entertainment or sports or politics or whatever it is, without taking input from the content that's being produced by news publishers. So that the value that they're producing is definitely coming from the input value that they're taking. And that is not counting, and Danielle was referring to this, about the vast archival data that they have, which is of immense value. So one way you could value this, and we're working on this, is unlike search, unlike social media, which have value right now, a lot of value that the large language models are producing is in future streams of revenues. In the sense that right now, they're not making a lot of money from their large language models, but they will be eventually. So you could think of this as a growth stock. A growth stock, for those familiar, I'm a finance professor, so I have to use this analogy. A growth stock is something that is not producing a lot of value right now, but it will in the future. So there are ways of attributing how much value the market thinks is coming from large language models in terms of stock movements, which capture future value in present terms. That we're working on. There are other approaches. There's a copyright approach. Obviously, they're using our content, so they should pay for it, metering services, etc. But however, what is really important in this is that lack of attribution is a huge problem, which means that without collective bargaining, or better yet, having laws or regulations, you cannot really get this value, even if we put a number to this. What may help in the interim, my co-author Anya is the domain expert in this, so she's written a nice piece and pointer about what you could do to make capture more value in your negotiations with AI. Some of it is that better images, video, historical archives, current content with journalists, high quality content. It's a nice resource that you may want to use to take a look. Will Meta and Google exit news? I would say, and Daniel also talked about this, Meta, it's possible because they've been trying very hard to not be a source of news. It's difficult to imagine that completely because that's just how conversations happen. But with respect to Google, I think it's very difficult for them to actually claim that they will completely exit news, because their whole business model, what they produce, is based on information, right? And in fact, right now, they are behind in the race with OpenAI. And if anything, they actually need a lot more data. So it's inconsistent that Google would exit news. What they can do, obviously, is they'll try to put one party against the other. Or right now in California, they're doing a partial withdrawal, which is more of a threat strategy than anything that's credible. But if I were Google, that's exactly what I'd try to do, because what I want is I'd want to divide the ranks, right? Won't talk about the ongoing lawsuits. That's already taken a lot of time. The only last thing that I want to talk about, this is my last slide, is that the importance of collective bargaining. In economics, what we like to call this is a coordination problem, in the sense that, if I, as a publisher, bargain one-to-one with Google, Google has a lot of bargaining power because they know they can talk to other publishers. As a single publisher, I am financially constrained. Any amount of money that I receive is valuable for me because that would help me in the very short term, even if it hollows me out in the long term. And so the analogy that I like to give is that right now, platforms are saying, I'll give you $1, right, to one major publisher. Why? Because that one major publisher will give them the data for their large language model, will give them the data for the search results. And the publisher is thinking $1 is better than nothing. We're getting some money that will help our newsrooms. But what we want to point out is that using any kind of methodology, our methodology is out there, but there are many others, completely transparent. When you bargain together, they should receive something like $20, right, or even more. And that $20 is enough not only to give that original publisher, which was getting $1, more than one, right? They will now get more than one, but also distribute a lot of money to other publishers as well as small publishers. It really depends on the design of the law. So the concluding thought is that it's important for publishers to bargain. That's difficult. That's why we need laws and regulation. So thanks. So feel free to contact Anya. She's the domain expert also.
Hola, Harris. Hola, Daniel. Perdón por mi llegada tarde a la mesa. Justo estaba terminando de integrar un panel acá en Ginebra, en Suiza, para hablar justamente de la cuestión de la inteligencia artificial y la propiedad intelectual de los editores. Con lo cual muchos de estos conceptos que tanto tú como Daniel mencionaron respecto de la inteligencia artificial, hoy fueron tema aquí en Ginebra, donde, como bien tú sabes, en la Organización Mundial de la Propiedad Intelectual se debaten un poco las políticas globales en esta materia. Y respecto del uso que hacen los medios, los motores de inteligencia artificial del contenido que generamos los medios de comunicación y otros productores de contenidos, porque también en la mesa estaban los artistas, los escritores, los cineastas, los músicos. Hay tres como conceptos básicos que tienen que ser respetados respecto del uso que hacen los motores de inteligencia artificial generativa de los contenidos. Uno es el consentimiento, o sea que no se puede tomar, raspar o aspirar el contenido ni histórico ni permanente que generamos los medios sin nuestra autorización. El segundo es el crédito o la atribución, o sea que estos motores tienen que de alguna manera establecer en sus respuestas el origen o la fuente que dio origen a esas respuestas, y sobre todo cuando se trata de medios de comunicación, como una manera de fortalecer el valor de la marca periodística y que no quede diluido en una respuesta genérica. Y finalmente, la compensación. Obviamente, estos contenidos están protegidos por propiedad intelectual y como tal deben ser objeto de una licencia y compensados. De hecho, ya ha habido casos, y no sé si los comentaron hoy en la CIP, respecto de acuerdos cerrados por distintas empresas de medios, agencias de noticias, empresas de medios de distintos países de Europa, con motores de inteligencia artificial al respecto. Ustedes claramente están diciendo que defienden la negociación colectiva, pero al margen de que puede ser un camino conveniente, es una buena noticia que los motores estén haciendo acuerdos con los medios, ¿no les parece? Eso es una primera pregunta, tanto para Daniel como para Martin. Y la otra que les quería preguntar es respecto de estos motores de inteligencia artificial. ¿Ustedes creen, generativa, ustedes creen que los valores que se están manejando respecto de los acuerdos de licencia con los medios, tanto por el archivo como por la información corriente, son auspiciosos? ¿Creen que esto puede ser una fuente de ingresos importante, sobre todo por el efecto sustitutivo? Porque a diferencia del estadio anterior, donde finalmente en muchos casos, si bien hablábamos de jardines amurallados, muchas veces la información se terminaba consumiendo en los medios. En el caso de los motores de inteligencia artificial, la información está más distante de los medios, se consume directamente muchas veces en el mismo motor. Quería hacerles esta primera pregunta respecto de la inteligencia artificial, que es un tema que hoy está muy en el centro de la escena.
I'm happy to jump in. You articulated well the way that we also see the use of our content. We call it the 3 C's: consent, credit, and compensation. The problem with a lot of the big tech platforms that are already taking our content, which is why you've never seen us litigate against search, even though we believe we would have a very strong case, is in the United States, the first thing that you need to prove is that you did not consent, that it was unauthorized. And with Google, with search, since they own 95% of the market, no one is going to opt out of search because we're so reliant on the traffic, even though we're only getting pennies on the dollar. It's what we call a Hobson's choice, which is why their decision to remove news was so strategically awkward, because they have put themselves out there as providing the world's information, and opting out on being a part of that is not an option for us. It's like the water supply cutting off the water. So consent has always proven to be difficult when trying to litigate a case with the large tech platforms. However, in AI with developers, it's not as much the case because we did not consent to the use of our content in our terms of service. It prohibits the use of our content to train AI. And the reason why is because we get paid for those uses today. So using our content unlawfully and then building an entire AI system on top of illegally stolen goods is actually something that investors are very scared about, because, and you've seen articles saying, we've invested so much, you can't possibly, even if the law finds against us, you should still give us a free pass, essentially, which is obviously ridiculous, but that is what they're saying. Because retroactive use and the fact that we've already been gobbled up to train these models, they're saying licensing is impossible, and I would disagree. And that was proven by your first question. You asked whether the agreements on AI are favorable. And we believe that they are. First of all, they demonstrate the falsehood of what I just said about impossibility of licensing. There's also collectives that are set up to efficiently come into compliance. It also ignores that there's many markets: financial, medical, academic, entertainment, other, I mean, I could name brands of industries and companies that license our content today. So the fact that it's impossible or too hard to license is proven wrong by these agreements. So we actually view them favorably. And they also set benchmarks in our own collective licensing efforts that help price the models. And that goes to your second question. Do we believe that they've, quote unquote, done well, that it's a fair market value that they're receiving, especially in the face of potentially being replaced by AI offerings if they directly compete in the same market with the same audience and serve the same purpose? And you raise a very important point, because to the extent that our content is being used to license and train in training is one aspect of the relationship where I do believe that there's pre-existing and also very much the ability to license and training today. However, when outputs are so egregious and have verbatim copies of our articles, I would say that's a per se violation. But even when there are summaries and excerpts of our articles that could be a replacement to clicking through so that we can monetize, that could also be a fundamental threat, especially if it's tied to search, again, where we can't opt out. Attribution has been proposed as the solution. I don't believe it's a solution. I believe it would be favorable. We support attribution. However, when there's direct competition by a very product, we've already seen 65% of users don't click through today, even with attribution. And if you're getting an AI summary of an article, the likelihood of clicking through is slim to none. Another thing we're concerned about with attribution is when our brand is used as credibility to legitimize an output, that could lead to brand tarnishment because of hallucinations in the AI ecosystem. So we have concerns around attribution. And as far as transparency, what's knowing is used in the model, that's something else we support so that we can enforce our rights, like I mentioned before. And that goes to training, the use of our content, and the other two C's, which is credit and compensation.
So,
Clarísimo. Perdón. Sí, Mati.
No, go ahead. It's okay.
No, justamente quería preguntarles respecto de la diferente actitud que han tenido en Canadá Google y Meta. Y una pregunta que yo le he hecho a nuestro querido Paul Deegan, y se las vuelvo a hacer a ustedes. Si es tan fácil para una compañía, en este caso Meta, decir que no va a cumplir la ley y para eso modificar su producto y eliminar las noticias, que en realidad, como ustedes bien saben, en realidad las elimina no solamente la difusión directa, sino el hecho de poder compartir entre usuarios noticias de medios canadienses, lo cual es grave desde el punto de vista de el derecho a la información de los propios canadienses y la libertad de los usuarios de poder compartir un link de un medio de comunicación eligiéndolo. ¿A ustedes les parece que esta actitud no tiene que tener o no va a meritar algún tipo de sanción? Porque si no es como que se le está abriendo la puerta a una compañía como Meta, en este caso, para incumplir la ley. Y si bien Meta puede modificar su producto diciendo que las noticias son menos relevantes, lo cierto es que las noticias siguen estando en la vida de la gente y la gente las sigue compartiendo. O sea, aunque Meta sostenga que no es tan importante como la vida privada, pero la gente sigue compartiendo noticias y se sigue relacionando a través de las noticias, y las redes sociales son un espacio de relacionamiento. Entonces, yo les pregunto, ¿qué hacer con un caso como el de Meta, donde claramente hay una decisión de incumplir una ley, como en el caso de Canadá?
So that's a good question, and it goes to something that was discussed earlier. I was asked how Lion members are reacting and opposing legislation that would get them paid. There's another reason. In that particular case, we know the situation, but there's another reason why some local, small, especially small publications may fear legislation if they see their traffic going down, or if they see users not being able to share links with each other. And I agree, it's critical. News is about our everyday lives. So to ignore that fact and how it merges with what Facebook, cat videos, and pictures for grandma to see, news is still relevant in the same respect, because it's not just hard news. We're also talking about soft news about who won the soccer game, football game, sorry. You know, a lot of our small and local publications, I will say, are fearful, because in many cases they see this traffic and some have even built a model, their entire business model around that traffic that they might get from social. Not as much maybe from search, but definitely social, because Facebook has a page and so forth. What I think that it's difficult for them to see is that financial independence and being compensated for your fair market value is actually a better exchange. When our members first were on Google 20 years ago, they made the best decision that they could at that time. And at that time, Larry Page said, we want to get users to where they want to be. And it was only a link, and everybody would click through. So everybody was getting a ton of traffic. It was before Google bought double click and monopolize the advertising ecosystem, which has now led to a reduced return because you don't get as many clicks because they've changed their model. And when you do, you get maybe 30% of every dollar, advertising dollar. So at the time when people partnered with Google or Facebook, there was a value exchange. It was over time that the model changed, and now it's a losing proposition, and we can't get out because of the Hobson's choice. So to your second question, showing links among users, yes, that I do believe that's critical to not just users and their desire for critical information, not just on the search engine, which it's very clear, but I would argue also on social, but also the dependency that we still have. And I think that a financial separation and a detachment would actually be healthier and a better situation for our industry so that we can be an independent free press, but also not be so dependent upon, on our website, I'll put it in the chat, they changed the algorithm on us, and that could mean the end of some in our industry. And so being beholden to those types of changes, I don't believe is a winning scenario.
Está claro, está claro. Una pregunta más. Ustedes saben, y esto para Martin, el estudio, como otro estudio que había hecho previamente en 2018, la News Media Alliance, sobre el valor de las noticias, o como un estudio que se hizo en Suiza, en general es criticado por las plataformas porque hablan de que le falta sustento técnico, tecnológico, obviamente el famoso statement de que solo el 3% de las búsquedas de Google están vinculadas con noticias, la cuestión de que los valores, incluso hay un artículo que se publicó a fin del año pasado de Liza McPherson, crítico de este tipo de trabajos porque dice que tiene escaso sustento técnico. Ustedes frente a eso, rápidamente, ¿qué responden? Obviamente he leído vuestros argumentos, pero me parece bueno porque muchas veces a los editores les llega, obviamente, en los comentarios críticos, y es bueno tener también la mirada de quienes hicieron este tipo de trabajos, tanto el de la News Media Alliance del 2018 como este de la Universidad de Columbia.
So we've been asked this question for months now, and we happy to talk about it again. So there have been different studies that have been done over time, different methodologies. But the interesting thing, I think, is that we all sort of come to similar numbers. Now, I'm an academic. It's the most fun thing I do in my personal life is poking holes at other people's studies. And therefore, I'm very paranoid about my own study also. So the first point that the platforms make is saying that, you know what, your methodology is flawed because the numbers that you're using are flawed. The first of all, we are very happy to use numbers that Google or Facebook would provide on their own, right? In fact, in our paper, we actually talked about what the ideal experiment would be. And, you don't have to give us the data. We could have a third party that would, keep the data for safekeeping and use that, which would essentially be, what do I want to know? I just want to know how much time or how much of impressions or how much of engagement is of users is driven by news content, right? The platforms would actually have the data, and we'd be happy to use that. In the absence of such data, there are very high quality studies that have been done to understand how valuable is news for users. The analogy I like to give, since we were talking about soccer just now, is that I subscribe to Paramount Plus in the US. And I do that because I love watching soccer. I love watching Champions League, right? And there were two incredible matches yesterday, right? And I subscribed, and there are other services that are provided by Paramount Plus, movies, shows, etc., etc. But the value that I have for that service is driven, in my case, by the existence of Champions League football, right? If that content is not there, I'm no longer interested in subscribing or being part of the service. And there are studies out there that try to get to that aspect of the market. They're trying to understand, for how many users who use Google is news a must-have, right? And they come to a certain number. Now, the important thing about that number is that whether you accept it or not, you can play with that number. The way we've developed our methodology and the way the app is situated is that you can easily change that parameter, that 35% to 20%, to 10%, whatever it is, and you can come to numbers themselves. Invariably, I said this before, you'll still get numbers that are much higher. The other thing is that whenever Google says that only 2% or 3% of search behavior is related to news content, we've been asking them time and again, over and over again, how do you define these queries? How do you define these searches? What is the definition of a new search for you? And we've not received a response yet. The reason why I asked that is because I gave you an example of Ukraine, where I just type in Ukraine and I consume a lot of news content on the website itself. I think all of us in this room are guilty of using Google for search and just consuming news content there itself. Very few of us actually go down to click-throughs, right? So until they clarify exactly what they mean by the 2%, it seems, I would actually say it's absurd that only 2% of search behavior on Google is related to news. Even from a supply side, in terms of raw numbers, the Australian Competition Commission, when it was figuring out their bargaining code, they came to a number of 14% of just traffic, right? Of just the number of searches that were made in a typical day. So the 2% is by no means acceptable or even, makes sense from any perspective. Yes, and that's what we keep saying. We keep saying that please give us the data. We'll redo the study. We'll do the study based on your data. But until we get that, we have excellent studies. These are studies that are published for Facebook. The study that has been published in the American Economic Review, which is possibly the best economics journal on the planet, right? And they give us the raw data. They give us user behavior, the time they spend on the platform for different things. And we use that raw data to get to that 13% number that we use. Again, you're free to use the data. It's up on the website and play with it. I think what all of this misses is the idea that irrespective of whether you accept the exact numbers or not, you change those numbers, you'll still get figures that are well in excess of what they're paying. And I think I say this too many times, but I just feel that it requires saying constantly.
Gracias, Harris. Los voy a dejar con... Ah, no, perdón, Daniel, ¿querías agregar algo?
I'm not an economist. I thought that was very well said. So no, I didn't.
Yo como no puedo verlos muy bien a todos porque estoy con un teléfono, le voy a dejar a Carlos el cierre por si hay preguntas de terceros. Sé que ya estamos llegando al final del tiempo. Y desde Europa, esta vez no desde Argentina, ha sido un gusto saludarlos nuevamente. A Daniel, ya la conozco de varias reuniones, y a Martín es la primera vez, así que gracias por su participación y los dejo con Carlos.
Muchas gracias, Martín. Mucha suerte en Ginebra. Muchas gracias a todos. Teniendo en cuenta que los próximos panelistas están ambos en Europa y es tarde, vamos a dar paso al último panel entonces. Gracias, Carlos Jornet, también. Y muchísimas gracias, Daniel y Harris. Ha sido un placer tenerlos. It was very, very nice. A pleasure to have you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Carlos. It was great to see you. Thank you for having me. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Harris. Take care. Vamos entonces al último panel. Nuevamente, gracias Irene y Walt por estar acá. Es tarde en Europa, así que vamos a dar paso entonces al último panel, una mirada al impacto de la Ley de Servicios Digitales, DSA, y la Ley de Mercados Digitales de Europa, DMA. Moderará un amigo de la CIP, socio de la CIP, Eric Iriarte, que es abogado especialista en Derecho Digital, socio principal de Iriarte y Asociados, magíster en Ciencia Política y Gobierno, con mención en Políticas Públicas y Gestión Pública. Es doctor en Gestión Estratégica de Negocios, miembro del Consejo Superior de la Universidad La Salle en Arequipa, delegado por Perú para coordinar el grupo de trabajo sobre el marco regulatorio de sociedad de la información de la plataforma ILAC. Eric, adelante, muchas gracias por estar con nosotros y gracias Irene y Wout por participar. Adelante, Eric.
Gracias, Carlos. Es un honor tener esta posibilidad de interactuar como moderador de una mesa sumamente importante porque nos va a permitir conocer y ver cuál ha sido el impacto que están desarrollándose dos normas súper nuevas, una del año pasado y una que ha entrado su reglamento en plena vigencia ahora en febrero pasado, que nos buscarán también enfrentar cómo podemos traer esas experiencias hacia América Latina. El panel denominado Una mirada al impacto de la Ley de Servicios Digitales, DSA, y la Ley de Mercados Digitales, DMA, de Europa, está también enmarcada con dos expertos que nos van a ilustrar sobre estos escenarios que se han venido desarrollando en Europa y cómo inciden fundamentalmente en la industria de medios. Por un lado tenemos a Irene Lanzaco, que es directora general de la Asociación de Medios de Información de España, la AMI, quien tiene una vasta experiencia profesional en todo tipo de medio de comunicación, donde ha dirigido las operaciones corporativas al frente de los principales medios, grupos mediáticos de España. Se extiende su experiencia también a las telecomunicaciones, a la imprenta, al libro y a la restauración de los derechos de autor. Es licenciada con matrícula de honor por ICADE en la carrera de Derecho Mercantil y actualmente además es vicepresidenta de News Media Europe. Asimismo tenemos a Gut van Dijk, que es director ejecutivo de News Media Europe, con sede en Bruselas. Esta organización representa y promueve los intereses de más de 2.500 medios de comunicación en la Unión Europea en todas sus plataformas. Antes ocupó el cargo de director de asuntos de la Unión Europea en Huawei Technologies. Y empiezo dándoles una pregunta, como un poco les expliqué antes a los panelistas cómo iba a ser. América Latina tiene varios intentos de desarrollo, por un lado, de un mercado digital único. Esto se ha venido desarrollando a través de ILAC, que es una plataforma de sociedad de la información más enfocada en los servicios digitales en general, no específicamente en los que tienen que ver con los medios de comunicación, sino como una plataforma global de mejoramiento del comercio electrónico. Pero esto, que es solamente un proyecto, se enfrenta a la realidad de la dispersión normativa de América Latina. Parte del ejercicio de lo que se hizo en Europa fue precisamente tomar la dispersión y poderlo unificar en una normativa unificada. ¿Cómo le harían en América Latina, donde no podemos hacer una normativa unificada, y cómo tenían la dispersión y cómo llegaron a ser una posición más o menos única que incluye, y lo tomo muy explícitamente de la Ley de Mercados Digitales, que habla de establecer un conjunto de criterios estrictamente definidos para considerar una gran plataforma en línea como una guardiana del acceso a la información, fundamentalmente? Mucho del ejercicio de las dos leyes que van ustedes a dialogar es cómo le facilitan la vida a las personas para acceder a la información. No necesariamente cómo le ayudan a los medios para interactuar con las plataformas. Y si uno mira el reglamento de la Ley de Servicios Digitales, que entró en vigencia hace muy poco, está enfocada más en los ciudadanos o en las empresas usuarias de servicios digitales que en un grupo específico de generación de contenidos, dando fundamentalmente más acceso, más posibilidades de brindar información. América Latina ha tratado de desarrollar en diversos lugares algunas normativas específicas desde el lado del derecho de autor, casi todas, algunas desde el lado de la libertad de expresión, pero no tenemos algo integrado. Con esto les abro el panel. Entiendo, Irene, primero, y luego Put, que nos va a acompañar. Irene, perdón, estás con el micrófono apagado.
Ahora sí. No, les decía que lo primero quiero agradecer la invitación a participar en este acto, donde estoy sustituyendo a Fernando de Yarza, presidente de UANIFRA y miembro también de la Junta Directiva de AMI. Lo hago con mucho gusto y les traslado también los saludos en su nombre. Realmente, Eric, la pregunta que formulas es muy interesante porque si Internet nos ha enseñado algo, es que opera en un universo sin fronteras, un universo en el que tenemos unas pocas compañías con una capacidad económica inmensa, con un poder superlativo, muchas veces superior al poder que tienen los propios estados. Y ante este desafío sin precedentes en la historia mundial, creo que la única alternativa razonable para establecer un marco jurídico correcto que asegure la responsabilidad de aquellos que concentran un grandísimo poder frente a los estados ciudadanos es establecer cesiones de soberanía, como hace la Unión Europea, en la que todos y cada uno de sus países han renunciado a su soberanía propia en favor de un ente superior común, que es la Unión Europea, que de forma que puedan establecerse normas que sean transversales de aplicación a todos nuestros países. Y si no existe un instrumento como la Unión Europea en América Latina, tal vez el instrumento jurídico correcto para desarrollar estas iniciativas serían tratados internacionales. Es lo único que se me ocurre. Pero sí soy una firme convencida de que para hacer frente a plataformas enormes se necesita también soluciones de escala global. Lo veo imprescindible.
Gracias, Irene.
And hello from Brussels, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak and engage with you on this panel. It is indeed a very interesting question. So the European Union is sort of built on what we call fundamental freedoms: freedom of movement of goods, capital, services, and people, and those freedoms basically are built in the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. And what I think that Europe and Europe's citizens have more and more experienced is that the freedoms that were given to them and that are very closely guarded by the EU, that are enshrined in this EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, were breached online, whereas offline they could enjoy them to the fullest. And when the DSA came about, so the Digital Services Act, the premise of it was that whatever was illegal offline should also be considered illegal online. And the idea that was sort of taken forward on this is that we talked about sort of fragmentation and different approaches in different countries. We used to have an e-commerce directive which focused on illegal content online, but it was a directive, and I will not bore you with the details, but the directive is a tool that is agreed in Brussels, so in the EU, and that then every member state individually implements into its law. And so you have many variations of the way that this law is implemented, as long as sort of the common goal is achieved. But that inevitably leads to problems, leads to differences in the way that, say, Poland implements that law versus the way that Sweden implements that law. So not only does that give a difference of the way that European citizens can enjoy their freedoms and are protected under the law, in this case against illegal content online, but of course also it makes the business side of things less predictable. And so, well, less predictable and more cumbersome to comply with. And so what the Digital Services Act now has done is it's one law for all of Europe, and equal in all 27 European member states. And to your point, because indeed you, Eric, in your introduction mentioned that these laws, both the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act, and I'm happy to explain a little bit what is what and how these acts work, have been very recently enacted, have been enforced very recently. And so we're sort of at the start, a bit of a change at how big tech in Europe can engage, deliver its services to consumers and deliver its services to businesses.
Gracias. Si ustedes ven claramente la posición que se ha ido adoptando en torno a la seguridad jurídica que ofrece una normativa única, lo expresa además la normativa de que previamente habían diversas dispersiones normativas, muchas de ellas antes de la economía digital actual que vivimos. ¿Cuál es el impacto que está teniendo esta normativa? En algún caso ya tiene más de un año corriendo y funcionando sobre la industria de medios. ¿Ha tenido algún impacto positivo, negativo? ¿Hay alguna experiencia que tenemos que tomar en consideración? Más ahora que estamos revisando la declaración de Salta, que es más un statement de derechos que una acción concreta, jurídica, como la que estamos viendo ustedes. Irene, ¿quién quiere empezar? Estás con el micrófono apagado, Irene.
Diría que la norma está prácticamente empezando su recorrido, pero hay también otra serie de normas que resultan de aplicación en Europa que tienen un impacto clarísimo para los medios. Acaba de ser aprobada la Ley Europea de Libertad de Medios de Información, que se publicó en el día de ayer, que entre otras cosas asegura que ningún contenido de un medio de información puede ser retirado de una plataforma dentro de las primeras 24 horas desde el momento de su publicación. Saben que un problema al que se han enfrentado las noticias de forma recurrente ha sido que las plataformas de forma unilateral decidían en algún momento que un contenido violaba sus normas de uso y eliminaban ese contenido de la plataforma. Como el valor de las noticias es un valor fugaz, cuando se podía tomar una decisión contraria, la noticia ya carecía de valor en sí misma. Se había esfumado la actualidad de la información. La nueva norma europea prohíbe que las plataformas puedan adoptar esa acción en las primeras 24 horas de publicación de la noticia. Y pasadas las primeras 24 horas, tienen necesidad de justificar los motivos y entablar una conversación negociada con el medio de información. Yo creo que este elemento es muy importante. También es muy importante dentro de la aplicación de la Digital Market Act la obligación de las plataformas de resultar transparentes con los medios acerca de sus datos, obligación de facilitar información sobre cómo venden la publicidad y establece también la obligación de negociar aplicando reglas de transparencia, equidad y buena fe. Todavía tal vez es un poco pronto para tener medido el impacto real de estas normas, pero va a ocurrir. Estamos a punto de que todo ello empiece a pasar. Otra norma europea de la que a mí me gustaría hablar es toda la normativa de protección de datos. que en Europa garantiza que los datos de un individuo no puedan ser utilizados sin que exista una base jurídica habilitante que legitime al controlador del dato a la utilización para un fin concreto de este dato. Saben ustedes que el Comité Europeo de Protección de Datos ha dictado diferentes resoluciones en contra de la capacidad de Meta de vender publicidad personalizada con las bases del consentimiento que la compañía americana ha determinado, y el hecho de que exista esta norma debería hacer más difícil que Meta pueda apropiarse de los ingresos del mercado publicitario digital si no tiene el consentimiento debido por parte de los usuarios. Los medios españoles agrupados en AMI saben que presentamos una demanda en el mes de diciembre por valor conjunto de 550 millones de euros, reclamándole a Meta habernos causado daños por competencia desleal por haber vendido la publicidad personalizada sin respeto a las reglas de protección de datos europeas.
Muy interesante lo que nos dices, Irene, y le pido por favor que si nos puede comentar desde su perspectiva esto que Irene pone sobre la mesa, y que además le agrego algo más, la reciente normativa de inteligencia artificial de hace un par de semanas. ¿Qué estamos enfrentando? ¿Qué estamos enfrentando? ¿Cómo esto está impactando positivo o negativamente en la industria de medios en Europa?
I'm very sorry. I don't have.
I will move to English to try to help you, Maurice. I would like to add to the Irene speech the recently law about artificial intelligence that also include effects in the media industry in general. I repeat the question: what is the impact of these important laws in Europe with digital market, with digital service, in benefits or negative sides now in the media industry in Europe?
Okay, so I think it's important to underline the fact that all these instruments, whether we talk about the AI Act, whether we talk about the Digital Services Act, whether we talk about the Digital Markets Act, are not media-specific laws, right? And so it is my role, together with my members, like Irene, to make sure that those laws take into account the value and the importance of a thriving, sustainable media ecosystem in Europe. And so when we look at these different proposals, when they came out, basically, we've sort of turned them upside down and said, okay, this is useful, but it could be made better if there is certain provisions that are more tailored to our needs. And so, for instance, in the Artificial Intelligence Act, what we've managed to get in through negotiations with the European Parliament, with the member state capitals, with the European Commission, is sort of a provision that allows us to gain more visibility on what content basically is used by AI system. It's a very limited provision. Unfortunately, we would have liked to have it much broader, but at least it gives us a little bit of a handle as to how generative AI systems use journalistic content produced through journalists, publishers, etc. On the Digital Markets Act, I think the Digital Markets Act was basically designed to correct the flaw in European antitrust law. And the big flaw in European antitrust law is that it takes ages for corrective measures to be applied and for penalties to be paid, basically. And so, as we all know, in this ecosystem, an antitrust case in the EU takes somewhere between 5 or 7 years or so. And the world that was 5 to 7 years ago is no longer the world that we know now. Things move on. And there's a lot of damage being done by big tech, basically, in that period of time that these cases were going on, and the world has changed, and they found another thing to extract all the value from. And so what the DMA does is it provides the industry at large, including news publishers, with certain tools that allow them to intervene more quickly, basically. Plus, the European Commission, in this case, has direct powers to do so, rather than having to go through the courts, which clearly takes longer. So that is a clear win, basically, for our sector, because it allows us to address some of the disruptive or the negative behavior of the platforms in favor of content producers like news publishers. I'll mention a small example, which is the fact that Apple likes to keep everyone within its ecosystem, right? And so Apple wrote rules about the use of apps, that those apps that users could download to their phone were only allowed to be downloaded from their app store, and the companies providing those apps, making those apps, so news publishers in our case, were not allowed to link outside of the app to, for instance, promotions or subscriptions, promotions for subscriptions, etc. The DMA prohibits that kind of practice, and so Apple now has to change its approach and its ecosystem and open it up for content developer or for app developers, news publishers in this case, to allow users to leave the app, leave the Apple, the iOS ecosystem, basically, and directly go to news publishers' websites. It's these sort of things that the DMA tries to address and correct so that long legal process is not necessary.
Gracias por sus respuestas, y les añado un elemento que además quiero que lo miren comparativamente. En América Latina no hemos desarrollado ninguna de las plataformas de las cuales estamos discutiendo. En Europa tampoco, pero la mayoría de esas plataformas en Europa sí tienen oficinas. En América Latina las tienen como oficinas de representación, en el mejor de los casos, o una oficina comercial. ¿Cómo le hacemos desde nuestros países, desde un desarrollo o intento regulatorio, que es por donde llegaron ustedes, para tratar de afectar cuando ni siquiera tienen que dar cuenta de la legislación local? En el caso europeo estaban en algunos lugares, pero al hacer una norma europea completa, pues es todo el territorio europeo. ¿Creen que esa puede ser una ventaja de la ley que ustedes están presentando, el que puedan finalmente afectarlos, aunque no sean compañías que se han desarrollado en Europa, pero que tienen además un mercado grande en Europa, frente a una América Latina dispersa normativamente, donde pues no producimos las herramientas, pero sí producimos los contenidos? Y ahí viene la segunda parte de la pregunta. Los productores de los contenidos normalmente están en la industria de medios y tienen una afectación diferente a la que han podido tener ahí. Les suelto la pregunta en la mesa. Irene.
Bueno, yo les diría que en Europa, donde las plataformas tienen oficinas, seguramente son también oficinas de mera representación comercial, donde nuestros interlocutores son personas muy amables que normalmente no toman las decisiones reales de sus respectivas organizaciones. cada vez que, en mi experiencia, mantengo una conversación con Google o con Meta, la respuesta que recibo es que ellos simpatizan con la información que les transmito, pero no son capaces de dar una respuesta efectiva porque la decisión se debe de tomar a nivel internacional, sin saber muy bien qué significa nunca a nivel internacional. Entonces, en ese sentido, les transmito a todos los colegas de América Latina que tranquilidad, porque no piensen que en Europa estamos mucho mejor que en Sudamérica, ya que todas las decisiones se siguen tomando desde las oficinas generales de California. Sí que es verdad que los ejecutivos de las grandes corporaciones entienden muy bien la capacidad inmensa que tiene la Comisión Europea de establecer unas multas que dañan el bolsillo de sus inversiones. Esa capacidad creo que la han entendido perfectamente. No sé si Baut tiene una visión algo distinta.
No, I would very much agree to that. Europe always prides itself with everything that we do out of Brussels. And arguably some of it works, but I would say that there's always a lot of room for improvement. And when we look at certain laws, what we see is that, for instance, when we talk about getting paid for news content, we see that Canada and Australia, for instance, having looked at the European development, have very consciously opted for a very different approach because they saw that things would not necessarily work that way. And this is why platforms like these are so useful, because it allows us to sort of exchange on different experiences and what works and what doesn't work. The EU, of course, is a massive market. I think we're about 500 million people here, maybe a little bit less, but still an extremely large market. But we are also very much divided because there are still 27 different member states. And so perhaps to your question, Eric, what the DSA, the Digital Services Act, prescribes is that these big platforms need to designate a sort of a legal point of contact for the authorities. And so these are individuals within the company. And if I'm not mistaken, they do not have to actually sit in that specific country, as long as the authorities at least know who to contact and and how to reach them, which allows for some sort of efficiency in that entire process. Because indeed, I think that the fear that having to reach out to a sales officer, to sort of a rep office for certain issues wasn't going to cut it. And so there are clear commitments under the DSA that these companies will have to make in order to be held accountable for their conduct, and people that actually would have to pick up the phone when the authorities require so.
Gracias por sus respuestas y me permite abrir de nuevo una quinta derivada a lo que estamos hablando, y es, ¿no son también en cierta medida la industria de los medios una de las industrias tecnológicas que la normativa de las dos leyes que hemos estado considerando, la de mercados y la de servicios, también terminan regulando, pero siendo más locales, tienen mayor afectación normativa? Y trato de extrapolarlo un segundito a América Latina. Una suerte que se tiene en general, voy a decir entre comillas, en Europa es una vinculación entre la sociedad civil, el sector privado, la academia y el Estado más o menos ordenada. Nuestras relaciones con los estados en América Latina son un poco más dispersas. ¿No estarían más interesados en América Latina en tratar de regular para afectar a los medios de comunicación porque tienen una incidencia y en Europa más bien interesados en regular a las plataformas tecnológicas de cualquier naturaleza en la medida de que son esas las que pueden generarle ingresos fiscales y tributarios, que es una de las brechas por donde han ido muchas de estas regulaciones? Irene.
Diría que las regulaciones niego que tengan una vocación de conseguir que se produzcan los pagos fiscales debidos. Creo que eso no es el espíritu de la regulación. Sí creo que es cierto lo que apuntas, Eric, de que estas regulaciones de alguna manera también tienen una incidencia importante en los medios de información, pero porque entran a establecer obligaciones concretas para los medios, pero el nivel de afectación no tiene nada que ver con el nivel que resulta de aplicación a las muy grandes plataformas. De hecho, la normativa establece específicamente esa categoría, creación e identificación de las muy grandes plataformas, que son plataformas sobre las que se aplican obligaciones mucho más reforzadas que respecto del resto de los intermediarios. Y los medios de información, en principio, solamente caemos bajo el ámbito de estas normas cuando desarrollamos actividades muy concretas, como puede ser la de realizar o permitir comentarios a nuestras noticias, pero no en la actividad ordinaria de reporte.
De acuerdo. Bob.
Yes, absolutely. There is no obligations either through the DMA or the DSA on sort of the core activity of the news publishing sector, i.e. provide news, be it online or offline or no. But indeed, there are parts of the provision of sort of the news platform that may fall under obligations as defined by the DSA. So if I understood correctly, Irene mentioned indeed the comment sections. There are certain advertising related obligations that we have to keep into account. Marketplaces are subject to some regulations, but the core of providing news to citizens remains untouched.
De acuerdo. Entonces, ¿consideran que es un modelo que deberíamos seguir? ¿Es un referente a tomar en cuenta, tomando en cuenta que además nuestros modelos regulatorios son similares? Modelo romano-germánico, continental, derecho positivo, es más aplicable de Europa a América Latina que seguir otros modelos que son más anglosajones o el common law, o simplemente es tomar la experiencia y ver cómo la tratamos de aplicar, teniendo sobre todo la diferencia de la dispersión normativa de América Latina.
No, yo vuelvo otra vez, Eric, a pensar que la creación de estándares comunes a nivel internacional es muy relevante porque permite abordar, ofrecer soluciones únicas a problemas que resultan compartidos. Por eso tal vez empezar a empujar a los gobiernos a que firmen tratados internacionales que aborden cómo tienen que ser tratadas las grandes plataformas, puede ser una excelente idea en ausencia de instituciones con personalidad jurídica propia y con competencias delegadas de forma estable como es la Unión Europea. Creo que el modelo que está impulsando Europa es un buen modelo, es un modelo que tiene vocación de causar el cambio y obligar a las grandes plataformas a ser accountable, y cualquier iniciativa que camine en el mismo sentido creo que será positiva. Creo que también es importante recordar que el derecho no está reñido con las posiciones de dominio, sino que está reñido con los abusos de posición de dominio. Y esto es lo que pretende también, de alguna manera, garantizar que no se va a producir bajo el entorno de la Digital Market Act.
Gracias. Bob?
Yeah, I think that what Europe has, and this is what I tried to allude to in my opening remark, what Europe has more and more has gotten to terms with is the fact that there's a lot of abuse taking place in our markets, abuse of sort of the fundamental rights that we all stand for. Moreover, I think that there is more and more consideration towards the sort of lack of digital sovereignty that we enjoy. We see all our investments, all our startups, all our content and intellectual property flow through or to Silicon Valley and also to some extent to Chinese companies at this point, without there being an honest return to that. And so the European Commission, as it is right now, and mind you, it will sit in place till November because that's when the mandate of the current European Commission runs out, and we'll have a new College of Commissioners, basically European ministers. There's been a lot of focus with these European commissioners on correcting that particular issue from various viewpoints, from a democratic viewpoint, from an industrial viewpoint, from an antitrust and competition law viewpoint, and so on. And so what we've seen and what I've noticed is that whereas say up to 6-7 years ago, there was only one European commissioner that had an interest somehow in media policy. Currently, there are 6 European commissioners, 6 out of 27, that have a portfolio that includes policy that touches on the media sector from various different aspects. So we have an enormous momentum, basically, at the moment with laws and regulations coming out of Brussels that can work to our advantage. And if I look at my team, I have a small, very small, but very capable team in Brussels. We're now at the end of the European Commission's mandate. These guys are tired because they've worked a lot on all the different things that have come out of the hands of the European Commission in recent months and years.
Gracias. Abro a los miembros panelistas que están aquí también, si alguien tiene algún comentario o pregunta específica. Si no, pasaríamos ya a las conclusiones de nuestros 2 excelentes panelistas que hemos tenido el día de hoy. No sé si hay algún comentario, Carlos, específico, alguna pregunta.
no sé, creo que no hemos tenido preguntas. No sé si Irene, Wout, you want to say something to end? I mean, we are a few minutes early, but it's late in Europe, so.
Yo solamente decir que creo que todo el desarrollo digital ha ocurrido a una velocidad increíble. Se ha generado una concentración de valor impresionante en muy pocos actores del mercado y al mismo tiempo se ha producido una grandísima destrucción de la parte del valor que otros operadores de la cadena recibían hasta la llegada del entorno digital, como ocurre en el caso de los medios de información. Yo creo que transcurridos los primeros años de la irrupción y superdesarrollo digital, el regulador ha entendido lo que está ocurriendo y ha tomado medidas para intentar corregir los desequilibrios que se producen en este nuevo mundo. Y estamos solamente al comienzo y vamos a ver muchísimas más cosas. Y también creo que como consecuencia de toda la nueva normativa europea, estamos viendo ya y vamos a ver muy pronto muchas acciones colectivas de consorcios de editores de medios de información reclamando por los daños que se ha podido producir a sus negocios por comportamientos indebidos.
Gracias, Irene. Bob.
We are having momentum, and when we look at also the presentations that were held in previous panels and the discussions that we had there is, I believe, a lot of momentum which we should definitely not lose. We're here to fight the good fight, and we're here to fight for the survival of quality journalism. And I think in the end, that is a goal that we should never lose out of sight. It is very easy to get distracted by all sorts of other developments going on. But I think we should keep our eye on the prize and ensuring that the regulatory environment that we all get to work in and the citizens that live in the worlds that we try to cover with our journalism, the citizens who we hope to stimulate in engaging in democratic debates. I mean, that should be the end goal. There is a lot to be learned, and again, I think I'm very happy to be here and engage with you. And I found also the earlier panels very, very interesting because I learned a lot there as well. So from my part, if anyone wants to reach out to either Irene or to me to have further discussions, please be our guest. Always happy to help and exchange views.
Excelente. Muchísimas gracias, Irene, Wout. Muchas gracias, Eric, por la excelente moderación. Interesantísimo el panel. Y bueno, teniendo en cuenta el horario, estamos cerrando el segundo día que realmente ha sido de discusiones de gran nivel, fantásticas, fascinantes, las discusiones en este segundo día de la reunión virtual de la Sociedad Interamericana de Prensa, donde comenzamos la actualización de la Declaración de Salta 2018, muchos temas para evaluar, muchos temas para examinar. Y bueno, quiero dejarles la invitación abierta para continuar mañana, en el último día de reuniones, en donde empezamos un poquito más temprano que hoy, a las 10:15, con una presentación de John Richards y Mateo Eras sobre la iniciativa de autenticidad de contenidos, CAI por sus siglas en inglés, y cómo evoluciona la implementación del estándar de procedencia en un sitio noticioso. Tendremos esa presentación a las 10:15, seguida por el impacto y aprendizajes de los laboratorios Enhanced Fundamental Labs, que es una iniciativa de la CIP con Google, y ahí tendremos a Ezequiel Arbusti del grupo MarkTube y Alejandra Brambila, perdón, gerenta de alianzas de noticias para Hispanoamérica de Google. Voy a hacer una presentación de cómo marchan estos laboratorios en el comienzo y bueno, y dejaré después a Ezequiel y a Alejandra. Seguidos al mediodía, un poco después del mediodía, por una conversación entre Martín Echever, Asdrúbal Aguiar y Carlos Jornet, moderada por el presidente de la CIP, Roberto Rock, sobre los temas que ocuparán la actualización de Salta, ¿no? Como la opacidad de los algoritmos, el tema del copyright y la posición dominante y la inteligencia artificial. Seguiremos con un panel donde estará Eric también sobre el tema de moderación de contenido, desinformación, donde tendremos también una importante panelista allí como Catalina Botero, que está ex relatora para la libertad de expresión de la Comisión Interamericana de Derechos Humanos y ahora trabaja en el Consejo Asesor de Contenidos de Meta, moderadas por Nuria Piera, autoridad de la CIPI, N Digital de Santo Domingo. Y finalmente hablaremos de otro tema fundamental para el futuro de los medios, que son las iniciativas de sostenibilidad. Tendremos a Jim Brady, que es vicepresidente de periodismo de la Fundación Knight, hablando sobre esta iniciativa Press Forward de apoyo de un número de fundaciones filantrópicas al periodismo local en Estados Unidos. Y después a Pablo Martín Fernández, que es manager regional para América Latina de IPFIM, que es International Fund for Public Interest Media, que nos va a contar cómo están trabajando en el apoyo de medios en América Latina, de este conglomerado de agencias de cooperación y fundaciones también para el apoyo de los medios locales. Finalmente, Carlos Jornet dará aprobación, digamos, a los informes de 23 países de libertad de expresión, a una serie de resoluciones y conclusiones, y tendremos unas palabras de cierre de Roberto Rock, el presidente de la CIP, a eso de las 4:30 de la tarde. Así que sin más, muchísimas gracias a todos por participar este día, expositores, panelistas, moderadores, autoridades de la CIP, participantes, gracias, y los convoco para la última jornada de mañana, que seguramente tendrá muchos temas de interés para todos ustedes. Gracias y hasta mañana entonces. Gracias.